And it's time to begin. In 3, 2, 1, go. Now, first things first, we are going to be going to visit the king here. Once you go into the town, you're trapped inside for a bit until you have done a little bit of dialogue in here. But we're going to need to get some weapons and armor. Unlike the later remakes, you do not start with additional gear. So we're going to pick out for our team tonight 2 sturdy rapiers and 2 chainmail armors. Gonna make sure we also get these unnecessary characters killed off here. Notice the prices are basically the same as the NES version. You're not getting any good discounts or deals on these things. And I think we should probably plan on getting some spells here. Early game, Cure 1 is probably pretty nice. I think you might want to have Ruse later on. It's unclear whether this is going to be a big deal. You notice also that the spell names are kind of weird. This is a in-between localization story. It's not quite the NES names. It's not quite the later remake names from the Japanese version. It's all its unique thing. Well, let's take Cure 1. I think I'll put a damage spell on here as well, just so that we have an option for that. Let's say we're going to use Lit 1 maybe a little bit more often. Fire 1 maybe? It's hard to say which one's going to be better here. I'll go with Lit 1. It probably doesn't matter all that much. So with our gear in hand, go talk to that king. Now, if you never go into town, you could skip this, but then you'd have to somehow beat Garland with no gear, no spells. It would be possibly doable, but kind of tough. You need to get very, very lucky and have the right character classes for it. Now, would a 2-thief run be compared to a solo thief? So the addition of the characters basically is going to double your damage output, but not quite as nicely as you would hope. The problem is going to be that you need to have both characters survive things, and that's rather difficult. You know what? I just realized I should probably get some more items so that I can use junk in battle. Otherwise, these enemies are going to be very hard to outweight. Because I kind of need to do that in order to waste time. Let's see if we can grab something cheap. We don't want to actually use these items. We just need to get something so that the thieves can pass their turns. Believe that the weapon side is a little bit cheaper here. We can get 2 plain staffs. It'll be fine. And one thing that definitely could be improved on quality of life, on the PlayStation version, you have to hold it down, a button to dash in town. In the later mix, you can turn on dash as a permanent thing. It's really, really nice. Also, let's turn off controller vibration. We're going to need that. Now, let's try killing these thieves off again. Till these are down, not allowed to do anything else in combat, so we have to get this out of the way first before we can move on to our more important and useful things. Yeah, controller will vibrate every time you get hit in the game. It is extremely annoying. Or played the Wonder Swan version? Yes, you can check out my Wonder Swan playthroughs on YouTube. I've got the really, really old playthroughs I've done. On stream, it's only been emulated because there's no good way to capture the Wonder Swan, but I do have a Wonder Swan color and a Wonder Swan crystal that are really cool handhelds. Alright. The fact that imps cannot kill thieves is very embarrassing. version have long load times, not Final Fantasy 1 and 2. It's all the later games that have really long load times, and it's essentially because there is not enough memory on the PlayStation to have all of the assets of the game loaded in that it's going to need for both the overworld and for battle. And so basically the game is split up into two pieces. There's the battle game and the overworld game. And every time it has to go between the two, it does a lot of loading to swap between the programs. Now it's kind of stitched together, so it's trying to hide it as best it can, but that's why it's such a long delay for going between them. That plagues Final Fantasy 4, 5, 6, Chrono Trigger, all of the ones that were a little bit too complicated to do in the style of 1 and 2. Alright, imps are down. Let's get these guys out of the way. Hey, Avon Chaos, welcome in. And welcome to the Calendan Show. Gonna actually put some in a reasonable order. The NES version has a bug which affects party reordering. It makes it so that you get some unusual choices about which characters go up in the front. And it especially is apparent when more than one character has poison, petrification, or death. That's something that probably slipped through because it's kind of a weird special case. Like, some party orders will work, some party orders will not. But it is a kind of a weird thing when it happens. Like, it'll have times where it just completely gets the party reordering wrong. You want to set a stone character put in the front? Yep. Anytime you get multiple characters getting knocked out in the same battle, certain party orders will break. And there's our level up. Looking good. I just want to have the more hit points for the Garland fight. That should be enough for us to get up to the Temple of Fiends here and do some work. And aside from having a limit on our number of characters, there's nothing else that we are restricted from. We can get class change, we can get whatever items we want, we can do whatever spells we want, we can do the 15 puzzle, although it's not nearly as good as it is in later versions. The 15 puzzle is something that gives you money, which is lovely, and it's actually quite a lot, 10,000 for beating your first place time. But that's going to have a pretty limited impact to the game overall. It'll mostly mean that I don't have to do a lot of money farming at the early stages of the game before we can start getting good weapons. It's a one-run thing. Yep, we are planning to do our 2-character challenge here. And I don't think I'd go through all the character class combinations. There's not really a massive number of strategies that are going to make a lot of sense. Like, if you have a melee character and a mage character, you're probably going to have a pretty similar experience most times through. You know what? Let's actually kill these imps. Because they deserve it. Thief White Mage, a good one. Well, White Mage would be able to mute Astos. And so you'd actually be able to get through Marsh Cave, Astos, and Earth Cave pretty easily. It's only in the late game when you'd have some really, really big struggles, and you could probably mitigate a lot of that, because if you have a healer, and the ninja's going to have the fast spell, you're going to get the power glove, like, things would work surprisingly better than you might think. I wouldn't recommend it. It would definitely be a much, much bigger challenge. But it would work better than you'd expect. But a black belt would just need levels. So unlike the Thief, where you need a massive amount of experience to be able to damage Astos, black belt really doesn't have that same problem. You're going to be able to get into Astos killing range so much sooner that it is remarkably less difficult. Alright, let's take our safety here in case Garland gives us problems. He should not be an issue with chainmail armor. 15 defense is very, very solid for the start of the game. The Nut Garland had like 5 to 10 per hit. And all we gotta do is just hit him a whole lot because all of the bosses, including the mini bosses, have double health. Alright, so we're gonna go for a while. And there really is not a whole lot of things Garland can do to stop us. Because Garland has been defeated. Yeah, once the Black Belt one-shots everything, it's kind of over at that point. And with a 2-character party, the Black Belt gets experience really, really fast. There are some positives of a smaller team, and if you've got anybody that's level sensitive, they will be rocketing up whenever you get experience. That's something I'm hoping does help us out here quite a lot. I'm also hoping that this loot will one day be useful. Probably not, though. Now, for no reason whatsoever, we entered the construction phase of the game. Kind of like ActRaiser. You go murder some demons, then you go and build some cities. And these guys, they're building this bridge with their bare hands. That takes some skill. If obviously Bridge Builder spinoff, I think if you had some type of economic simulator, maybe like a merchant game where you had to adventure in order to get your items to sell in the game, and then you went and actually built the things around it, that's really what Final Fantasy is all about. Final Fantasy 17 will be entirely focused on the economic aspects. There are randomizers for this version of Final Fantasy 1. As far as I know, it's really just a very, very basic randomizer for GBA, and that's about it. NES is where all of the interest has been for randomizers, and it is vastly better than any of the alternatives out there. So I kind of don't really see that changing. There's, for the more recent ones, a pixel remaster randomizer. But again, that's probably not one that's going to get the same level of care and investment as the NES version, which has had a lot of people put work into it over the years, and has had a big community spring up around it, doing a lot of tournaments and matches and things. Yeah, PSP's got one as well. I think that one's actually a little bit more stable than the GBA randomizer, but it does not have a lot of features on it. GBA was actually one of the really, really early randomizers for this, and the problem was largely that it was a little bit too random for like item placement and things, and that's like the only thing that was really updated. So it was hard to kind of figure out like what was going on, and you would very often get really overpowered too fast. Can you file your taxes in Final Fantasy 17? There is an accounting simulator as well, Gabe811. We don't want to let anyone feel left out. and got across the Bridge of Destiny. We can now make our way to Provoca. And luckily, because we got armor, it's going to be way easier dealing with Bicky's band of merry pirates. If you don't have armor, then Bicky is kind of a mess. There's a lot of things that go very, very wrong with the Bicky fight very quickly. But luckily, not too bad for our team. Hey, Final Fantasy, welcome in. I think we'll have a great time with our 2-character challenge. The big question is going to be, can we do this in one day? That's something where I really don't know how long some of these early game stretches are going to take. I feel like once we get sufficiently powerful, we can start cruising pretty fast. But it might take a little bit of work to get through the early bits. Rolls are pretty fast. Let's see if we can run away or not. We'll often use memo saves as a way to avoid encounters. This will become increasingly true as we go through dungeons, where you really, really don't want to have fights. Which will allow you to delete spells. I forget if PlayStation has spell deletion. GBA definitely does. But I don't know if that was the first one that had it. And back to the wolves. A lot of these animal-type monsters are pretty fast. And you'll also notice that a similar change in terms of balance has been implemented, which is that faster monsters tend to go before you do. So not only do you have a harder time getting away, but your turn order is going to be usually less advantageous. I don't know if that was ever something that was planned for the original version of the game. Running away was always supposed to work with an opposed check between your speed and the monster speed. But turn order seemed like it was always going to be just a purely random affair. Looks and sounds better than the Pixarmaster version. I think this is a really awesome version. It's a little bit darker in terms of the kind of color palette and background design and things compared to the later remakes. I think it looks pretty good. But I also could see getting a little bit of a brighter tone to things. I don't know why that particular artistic choice was made. But aside from that, like, it's really, really good. It's a little bit sharper detail-wise than GBA. The sound's a little bit better than GBA. It's got so many nice aspects to it. And soon, it will have some very dead pirates in it. Yeah, PSP version looks really amazing as well. And that one has a lot more graphical improvements. Like, this is very much the original version, but jazzed up a lot. PSP is kind of redesigning a lot of the visual style and the music to be fully updated. Which is something that they have gone back and forth between whether they want to have like a lot of fidelity with the original games or a reimagining very frequently between generations. Like, there's not a one-size-fits-all solution for that. It takes forever. Yes, some things are slow because they put in extra little flourishes and touches. There's a small number of cutscenes. Luckily, those do not really get in the way. But we'll try not to stay in the end too much once we have enough money to buy houses and such. It won't always be possible, but it is something that you kind of notice, like, some things are a lot slower. Jump to the quick menus to get to, like, loading a new game, that's a lot slower than the original. There are some aspects of combat that are slower, some that are faster. Really kind of comes down to exactly what style you're doing. And for the most part, I'm going to be trying not to do a lot of grinding that involves spells, because spell effects are particularly slow. Alright, so we did get a decent level up. There is some randomness to our leveling here that's going to potentially be significant. There's also going to be a boat. Hey, Radioactive Salmon, welcome in. Now, I've got a lot of stuff to buy, and the best way to do that is to use the 15 puzzle. Just, I don't remember what your target times are, so we will figure that out as we go in here. I think it is 2 minutes for the first target. We're just going to get a couple first place times in here, so it's going to be not that difficult to beat it. There we go. It's a lot of button presses. All right. Not quite as easy as the GBA version, just because the controllers for PlayStation never been really super good for D-pads, which this game, for the most part, is not going to be super sensitive on. But for something like this, where you're trying to move a lot of things around really fast, the D-pad is something that you kind of notice is like, not quite as good as the Nintendo ones. There's just something about Nintendo back in the day where they were like the only company that figured out how D-pads work. All right, let's give it a little bit of time. I'm pretty certain anything under a minute should be fine here, so I'm going to go to 59 seconds. Make the 15 bucks using the NA version. Well, NES gives you $100. This one is going to give me slightly more cash. Because we set a new record, and now we have 10,000 gold. Let's do that a couple more times. 10,000 a pop is going to be pretty fast for getting most of our early game shopping done. And by the time that this starts running out, I should be able to get to a point in the game where it's a lot easier to get money from enemies. Now, this is going to have a couple of nice benefits. I'm not going to need to do as much grinding for money. I can just focus purely on experience as quickly as I can. And it'll also let me get a fair bit of things that would take a while to purchase. Okay, let's get the top 3 time. Yeah, the leaderboard is still pretty easy to lock yourself out if you are not super careful with it. That's why I want to take a little bit of time here. Just wait until I'm closer to a minute. 2 minutes is what you could have done, and then you'd have like a whole bunch of times that you could jam in first place times. But we shouldn't need nearly that many to get a pretty good amount of money. This one's going to be 57 seconds. Silver Sword still in Elfland in this version. Yes, this is the last one before Elfland got its good sword taken away. So I'll be able to get Silver Swords, we'll get Iron Armor, we'll get a bunch of spells for the Red Mage. This is going to really accelerate our early game growth a lot. So why it's worth putting the time into doing this instead of going right into farming. 5, 6, 7. There we go. It also means that characters that can't get the belt quickly, like the Black Belt, really missing out in terms of some good early game progress. Alright, this will be 56 seconds. I think there's no reason to lock ourselves out of this, so if I do a couple of these, I'll just leave it up at like 50 seconds or whatever, so I can get more if I need to later on. Outside of the very early stage of the game, though, it really shouldn't be necessary to use this to grind for cash. 4, 5, 6. Get one more for right now. Probably the biggest thing downside-wise just how long it takes to get into the 15 puzzle. There was a faster sequence. They reduced the number of button presses that the 15 puzzle activation takes on the GBA version. This one's still a huge number before you can open it up. Alright, we're gonna go to 55. Hey, Ralphie, and welcome in. Hope you're having a good time tonight. Got some control mechanics. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can make more like the base game, and then they gradually force you to have those on all the time. Alright, that should be good here. So first round of shopping, let's go ahead and get some spells for our mage here. So temper we're going to definitely need a lot of. I don't know if I really need a lot of ice 1, but I'm going to grab it. And then I'll put the mute spell on because that does kind of make Stows pretty trivial. And that should let me kind of take a lot less experience getting through that part of the game. Weapons we'll get from Elfland. Items I guess we can get from here. Healing potions. Enough cure potions for the entire game. Let's see. Tents and cabins. I guess we'll just get enough for... Do I even really need a whole lot of these? Probably not, to be honest. We'll get enough cabins so we can get some HP recovery. You don't need to do these items for safety saves because you have the memo save that you can use instead. That makes it a little bit easier. Alright, iron armor picked up. And that should be all that we need for the fighter for right now. Red Mage, unfortunately, does not get a lot of upgrades for a little while. And that all looks good. And yes, it is very nice having the ability to buy a lot of items at once. That was like one of the few things that were just so good to have with the randomizer. You don't need a lot of quality of improvements to make a really, really big difference. The Goggler. Yeah, there's a lot of weird names. Both spells and monsters have some interesting things on them. You'll notice that it's such an odd hybrid in between the original NES names, some of the Japanese names, some stuff that like never appeared again. It really is kind of wild in places. Alright, we will temper the fighter. Get some bonus damage in here. That'll make this go a lot faster. I didn't bother getting the weapon upgrades and Provoker because they would last for a very short amount of time. I need some way of doing that fight. And now we can get the really good stuff. 2 silver swords, thank you. Our melee damage has gone up tremendously. We'll get some spells here for the Red Mage. It'll be pretty useful later on. So we've got probably Fire 2 first. Gonna use that a lot. Lit 2 is a pretty good one here. I'm thinking you might as well put Cure 2 on as well. That'll be good in the late game when you're not really expecting those other spells to be overly impressive anymore. You can at least get some healing out of these slots. And yes, it's the same slot system as the NX version. You do not have MP or anything like that. Very, very few spell casts per day. On easy, you basically get a spell cast every single level up once a spell tier is unlocked. So you have like 50 casts a day of things. It's a very different experience. And there's Fast. We've got Ice 2 as well. That should be good for a while on those. I probably don't need a whole lot of soft potions, but it doesn't really hurt to have some. That way I can keep a fight where we are going past things. Oh wait, I got 5 soft potions from the 15 puzzle, so I guess I do not need any of those. Is it worth getting a house? Probably not right now. But soon. That should be a pretty good purchase. I'll need a bunch of those when we're doing a real grind. And for defensive items here, Iron Shield's pretty good. We'll get the Iron Helmet as well. And that's basically all we can get at this point. We have kind of maxed our characters out for early game safety. Got all of our spell purchases done, and it only took like 10 minutes. Thanks to the 15 puzzle. 4 black belts with weapons and armor. More difficult than 4 thieves. Ooh. I mean, you definitely have a terrible time at a lot of melee. I mean, largely they've got the same defense as thieves would have. And you do have some better formulas. More hit points. I think very early on, it would probably be worse. But then, after a while, it would get a lot better. Nice. I'll take some ogres. Because once it's all ogre, that's when we win. Alright, level 4. 5, let's see. Where do I want to go up to? Level 6 is going to be when our Red Mage starts getting 3rd tier spells. Yeah, that's pretty important because Lit 2 makes short work of the wizards. You're probably able to do it with the silver swords. You know, you got a lot more damage output than you normally have. But I would kind of expect it to be pretty tricky as is. So level 7 for 2 Lit 2s might be the sweet spot here. Then you mute Astos. That solves that problem. Probably do an Earth Elemental grind to get ready for Lich. With being able to buy big stacks of healing potions, you don't need to be as cautious as you would be on the NES version for doing the Earth grind. So it should go a lot faster. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking ahead to what is our strategy going to be for the key checkpoints of the game, and most of them are going to be early game. Once you get past Lich, since you can save anywhere, Ice Cave is going to get a lot better. Ordeals is going to get a lot better. And then past Ordeals, it's pretty much smooth sailing up until Temple of Veins. So we're through a mummy grind. You don't have enough spellcast a day with 1 red mage, I think, to do mummies. If you had a lot of mages, that's a pretty excellent spot. It's great to have trap tiles that you can trigger the fights quickly. Otherwise, you're going to be spending a lot of time just waiting for the right fight to show up, which is pretty slow. but I don't think the mummies are good enough with a team like this to be worthwhile. As for our current grind, I'm in the zone that has ogres and grogers and geists and things. This is the slightly more advanced zone than the one right around Provoca or right around Elfland, which tends to have more ogre creeps. If you're not really feeling up to the challenge of the slightly more difficult monsters, the ogre creep is not bad. It's just that creep is probably half as strong as an ogre, but only gives you 1/3 the experience. So it's definitely a little bit less good of a fight than getting the pure ogre battles. And neither zone has a super high appearance rate of the good monsters. That's why doing the memory saves and just resetting if we don't get what we want is going to let us cycle through things pretty fast. In class stage, yep, we can do anything except for have more than 2 characters in battle. Silver swords break the game a lot. Silver swords are definitely very powerful, and this is why they got taken out of Elfland in the later mix. It never really made a ton of sense why Elfland had silver swords, because the next town, Melmont, which, as everyone knows, it's not very good, but it's actually a downgrade in terms of weapons, because Melmont's best weapon is the longsword. So you went from Provoca, which had short swords, and upgraded over Provoca, which was over Canary, which had rapiers, and then Elfland jumped all the way up to silver swords, and then down to long swords, and back up to silver swords at Crescent. Like, it was kind of a weird ride. Whereas if you take the silver swords out of Elfland, it means that you never have that downward bump. It's just going to be sideways for a little while longer. It basically takes it so that Elfland's the same strength as Provoca for weapons, a little bit better for defense, and then Melmont's a big jump up in weapons. Wow, we're getting no ogres here. Gotta grind for hours to afford the silver swords. Well, on NES, if you're fighting the Kaizokus and you know how to manipulate those out, it's really not too bad getting the money for it. Kaizokus are worth a lot of cash, and they're not that difficult. If you're grinding on random encounters and you're getting poisoned a lot and you have to spend money on pure potions and you're going to the inn a whole bunch, then it takes a long time getting that money. Especially if you're fighting things that are like really, really poor quality monsters for money. Definitely agree that that hurts a lot more. No point getting the longsword when there's the locked chest that have better stuff. I mean, yeah, kind of. You might not find enough of them, though. If you don't go back to Temple of Fiends, you're going to just have the Dragon Sword from the Dwarf Cave. Coral Sword's going to be an Earth Cave, so you're not quite there yet. And then Runeware Swords, you need to go back to a place that you might have missed. So I could see Longsword being useful for the reason of, oh, discovery is going to be tough. Or I guess if you've got 4 people with swords. Which the more swords, the better. Just grinding the ogres and the creeps. I think that's a pretty common grind spot. Right around the town is usually pretty safe. People start with the imps. Spend way too long on the imps. They just give you really, really bad experience. And so it takes forever to get level ups on the NES version. That's why the black belt is such a painful solo class, because you can't beat Bicky, so there's nowhere else to go. And imps are going to just be hundreds in between the level ups. So you're paying a big, big price for the black belt getting strong later. Come on, where's some ogres? It'd be all ogre if we could just get some better monsters showing up here. Gonna do more entries in the Agama Institute of Fine Art. It takes a long time to do each one of those. And I've got a lot of other art projects that have taken up my time in the meantime. It's a lot of the backgrounds for the monster arenas, emotes for the channel. I just don't have enough time to do the fine art projects. They're really fun. And when I was kind of cranking them out in a couple at a time, I could, work in parallel and do like 2 or 3 at once. But it's not something that you could just sit down and do one. It's a long process. I'll take the arachnid at least. I haven't seen any good ogre fights in a while. Stuck here at level 4. I need level 6, I think, for this the first spell. And level 7 would be really, really nice. It'd be good to get some better experience. There we go. At least decent. I think we kind of need his hit points. More hit points would be very appreciated. Level 5. I guess we could try the Marsh Cave with 1 Castellet too. I think with a small number of wizards, which we can re-roll the fight until we get only 2 wizards showing up. That shouldn't be that bad. Hey, Blind Empire, welcome in. How about a 2-thief challenge? 2 thieves would be a lot better than 1 thief. 1 thief is one of the hardest challenges ever on the PlayStation version. That was kind of a rude surprise about how much stronger Astos is on this version compared to NES. I was definitely not prepared for it. I thought things would be so much nicer. But having done it once and getting a lot of useful learning from it, certainly could plan things out a bit better to slightly reduce the time, but you need a lot of level ups and a lot of luck on that Astos battle. Counterintuitive for more thieves to be better. Well, the way you got to think about it is that if you have some decoys, then the enemies might get distracted. Or if you've got enough thieves, the enemies might get so offended that they run away. It demoralizes them. Is the Garland story a Chumbawamba reference? What if Chumbawamba was using Final Fantasy allegorically to tell their stories? It's a little bit simplified, but it's basically the plot of the game. Nope. Once you're paralyzed, it's going to be basically over for these. Good experience we get, though. Nice if you have enough characters to soak up the stun touch hits, and a white mage to just mow him down. There we go, finally getting ogres. I was worried that we had hunted ogres into extinction. Would have been very inconvenient. Go for the tap. Our ogres primates. I think that they're type of shellfish. And Dan's got some bad shellfish allergies. Nope. Good try, though. Hey, Grossman's Pony, welcome in. Thank you guys for the raid, and hope you had a good time tonight. We're doing a challenge run, being the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy with only 2 characters. Right now, I need to get a little bit stronger so I can go and take on the Marsh Cave. We're very close. Level 6 is our target. We can do that. I believe we can sneak through a surprisingly large stretch of the game. There we go. He's like, gee, thanks for the good wishes there. Gotta level up. Let's take a save here at Elfland. And then let's take the pain train down to the Marsh Cave. Fractal 9091. Thank you guys for resubscribing back for 67 months. Certainly hope you're having a wonderful time tonight. Enjoy our Final Fantasy Challenge run. And I'm kind of hoping this finishes in one day, but I am not super confident. This feels like the kind of challenge that just has enough of a slow start that it's really tough to finish, even though the second half of the game goes really, really fast. Could be nice if you have enough levels to successfully run from things. Because running is an opposed check to the enemy speed, you are going to struggle to run against certain monsters. Like wolves here are very, very fast. They'll go generally pretty early in the turn order. You'll often fail to run against them. And late game, there's some monsters that are just so fast, even a really high level character has a hard time running. Like nightmares, frosties. And so we'll be using a lot of small stretches of walking with memo saves to get past those. That'd be really common on basically all the remakes to do. Saves coming across floors to avoid bad enemies. These things should be pretty slow. There's nice music to listen to. It is pretty good. I think that this is the best rendition of the original soundtrack. But there's a lot of improvements in the Pixar Master soundtracks, like very, very great upgrades to the instrument selection. It's tough to beat that for just like the quality of the sound. But this version is very, very solid. It sounds a bit better than the Game Boy Advance version just because Game Boy Advance has to deal with the pretty limited speaker of a tiny handheld system. And with a small speaker, you're going to be forced to have the bass really kind of artificially cranked up so that you get any bass at all. And it sounds weird when then you play it on an actual working speaker. So anything that's been specifically mixed for the GBA is going to sound a bit strange. Even with a lot of kind of post-processing to correct for it, you'll notice that things are like not balanced quite right. We're in the bone zone. There's a zone that you do not want to cross. Unsurprisingly, there is actually a lower encounter rate here than in the NES version. You'd be shocked to hear that. This version has such a high encounter rate. But this place and the waterfall are two stretches where it's actually not bad. I kind of wish this was the encounter rate for most of the game. There's no way you're taking walks that long in Temple of Fiends. It just would not work. Alright, extra iron armor. That is not steel armor. Do not be deceived. And do not worry. We might have this under control. Good, we got 2. Gonna survive 1 round here. They hit really hard. You could probably beat 3 wizards with the Lit 2 spell. But 4 would be very, very tough. Just because you would likely lose a character in that 1 round. There we go. Crown complete. And depending on how long it takes us to mute Astos, that will kind of be the determining factor for how well this stretch of the game goes. I think it shouldn't be a huge number of tries. We do need to go before Astos rubs somebody. Rub's gonna probably work pretty frequently. But I'm hoping it's not that bad. Honestly, it might be possible to even kill Astos without mute landing. If you temper up the fighter, I bet you're going to be doing enough damage that you can probably outrace Astos to the big spells. But I figured we got the mute spell. Might as well take advantage of it. There. 1 more floor to get out of here, and then we never have to go to the Marsh Cave again. You're kind of supposed to go to the Marsh Cave again, just like you're supposed to go back to Temple of Fiends and grab the bonus treasures. Once you've got the magic key, a lot of things throughout the world unlock to give you some free stuff. The only reason I go to Temple of Fiends sometimes in challenge runs is that selling those swords is a lot of money, and on NES, you don't have the nice, convenient 15 puzzle to give you thousands and thousands of cash. But for this version, that's not really a factor. I guess I'll just wait out. That was a pretty good walk. And we should be able to run from Gross at this point. Emphasis on the should. I am constantly surprised at the things that our team fails to run from. It's not that we've got super slow characters, it's just that it is tough because we'll be lower level than things for a little while. And then once we get some grinding in, and I think we'll start having characters that is about the average expected level, or maybe even higher than they expect it, then running should be a lot better for a long stretch. Alright, let's get our spell charges back so that we're good to go there. Gives me a lit 2 to work with. And while this is a lot of money I'm spending on dropping this house in there, money really should never be a limiting factor for us. Alright, here we go. Level 6 versus Astos. Will these two light warriors be enough? Certainly hoping they are. The faster Mute lands, the more tempers I have left over to speed up the process as well. Good start. Alright, 16's already decent. Remember, Astos does have double the normal HP. Plus things like slow and dark actually work. There we go, he's muted. Yeah, this is gonna be a breeze. And Astos is down. That was a very nice fight. Okay, 1 hour in Astos. Gonna take us probably 10 minutes to do a bunch of cleanup here. And then I think we're jumping right into grinding on Earth Elementals. And it'll be interesting to see how that goes. It should be faster than NES. Just because I can buy my 99 heal potions back in like way less time. On NES, it was like half the time spent sailing, half the time spent buying potions. And like 2% of the time actually doing the fights. And we'll still have to do the travel portion, because you can't get an easy restocking of things with Melmon being the deficient town that it is. But it's hopefully not as bad. Hey, Saspron guy. Thank you guys for the good wishes there. Why is Earth Cave better than Crescent Lake? So Crescent Lake, you're going to have a lot of fights that you can't really do anything about. All the Cobras, Scorpions. You have to walk a while before you get a battle. So it's going to be a little bit slower for triggering the fights. Earth Cave, you're going to have a trap tile. And you'll just hit the fight. Hit the exact same enemy every single time. Earth's got no variability. It's always one neutral start. And so because of that, you've got a very, very consistent way of just grinding them out. Especially once you get to a point where your fighter can pretty quickly tackle them. All of a sudden, you're just kind of grinding through with very, very little resource usage. And it'll be a bit of a transition period. Like, initially, you're going to get crushed every single fight. It's like, barely win, use a ton of heal potions, and then it'll start being, you know, kind of an okay fight, and there's just going to be this moment where you get to be a little bit faster than the Earth, so you're going before the Earth does a lot of times, you're doing enough damage to kill them, and the resource usage just starts plummeting, and makes it a really, really great fight from that point on. And I don't care about the fighter spell slots. You know, if we don't get the 4 extra cure 2s, that's not a big deal. you need, in general, fewer healing potions in this version since you don't have to deal with the random encounters in Temple of Fiends. So, if we happen to get too much experience, it's not a big deal. Same thing with getting the eye experience. I can get the eye grind and ice cave the first time in. I don't have to wait for the return trip. Are you rebuilding Melmon in the simulator mode? That would be the professional level difficulty. These light warriors, in comparison, mere amateurs. Okay, let's kill a shark. Shouldn't be too hard. I'm assuming these things are slippery and fast. They're certainly slippery and fast. Are we getting Final Fantasy builders? I wonder if a game like Dragon Quest Builders would succeed these days. It was obviously kind of a very in its time type of product. Like, right when Minecraft started getting really big, there wasn't a lot of other competing games that were trying to capitalize on it. And then you got more and more of those builder type games, where then it became kind of a standard assumed mechanic. And I don't know if things would stand out nearly as well at this point for, you know, Final Fantasy with a Minecraft kind of gameplay engine to it. And probably even for Dragon Quest Builders. The moment in time was good enough that, like, the first game really made a lot of sense, and the second game already was kind of fallen off by that point. Alright, we got Victoria's Crystal. That. We're getting out of here. It's actually not worth opening up the boxes. On NES, it's about break even between opening a chest and buying one item in a shop. But if you can buy multiple items, then opening a box loses you time in comparison to just buying more copies of it. So all the basic stuff like healing potions and pure potions, those are a waste of time to even touch. Now, the series that I want to get more of, which has had very lackluster enthusiasm over the years that I wish they'd do more with, is the Theater Rhythm games. I feel like it has also kind of fallen out of favor, just with the handheld systems being generally like a lot more awkward to do those type of movements on compared to the very, very light and nimble DS and 3DS. But there's something really fun about the style of gameplay. It's like, it's not a super serious game. You can jazz it up in ways to try and do things, but it's never going to be something that is a hyper-competitive esport. But it has a lot of fun aspects to it. And in particular, one thing I enjoyed was, and this was a Japanese-only release, there's a Dragon Quest version of Theater Rhythm. But there's actually a very different style of game than the Final Fantasy one. It's got a lot more kind of cohesive story. It's not linear in that you can jump between the different games and music systems, but it builds it up in a different fashion. And that would be, like, kind of fun to have more of those. I'll find I'm trying to go around you. Thank you. Because I need my key. The final bar line? Yeah, I've got the PS4 version of the latest theta rhythm. And other than, like, probably destroying controllers just from all the repetitive button pressing, there's a really great aspect to, like, how it feels. It is very, very much dependent, though, on, like, controller quality. And it's something that is also, like, a difficult challenge. Games that require that you just smash a whole bunch of buttons and need a really, really good D-pad and things. A little bit tougher when the controllers are so expensive these days. Alright, so our key has been picked up. Now we can go and get the dynamite. Just keep following this question along. It's about 10 minutes. You know, it's the longest time that you are not actively doing dungeoning or experience farming in this game. Remember, there is the dynamite. It's like with physical versions, the theaters having to pop it in for like a song. Yeah, it's a tough game because of that to just do like a 15-minute playthrough. Like you have like a whole bunch of startup time involved in getting the game out, loading the system up, launching it, and then after a bunch of menuing, okay, now you can do a song. And so 15 minutes, you'd think you'd be doing a couple songs, but no, it's like one song done. And so unless you're kind of sitting down and willing to put in like a couple hours, it's really tough to justify like the tiny bit of cost into it. And it is a big frustration of mine that Nintendo especially, but some other console manufacturers will treat their physical purchases as really poorly as they can. Like Nintendo games load slower if you have a physical purchase compared to a digital purchase. Where it's like you're making the gameplay experience worse for people that spent money to get the actual physical copy of the game. Who are probably people that enjoy the games more than the average person. I think it was really silly with Metroid on the Switch. Like how much longer the elevator sequences took if you had a physical cartridge compared to a digital version. I think Pokemon games are like the same thing where the load times are longer. And it's just really weird that they don't give you a way to like at least like temporarily copy it to your system so it does things faster. Get Theaterism on Steam. It would be neat to have Theaterism on Steam, although I don't know how well it would play on like the Steam Deck. That's a heavy enough device that I feel like you're kind of getting some hand fatigue pretty fast with it. But if you're using like a external controller, then it usually feels pretty good. Just like it feels great. Every time these dwarves explode. I mean, seriously, we were standing like, what, 10 feet away from that? The entire thing flooded with water. There is no way that this is an engineering master. This is someone who just really hates dwarves. And you know what? I can get behind that. I realize how games don't work with Steam Deck. It's not bad, but I think it does slightly oversell things for compatibility, especially. Because there's two aspects for this Steam Deck that I think you don't really think about too much. Like, the ergonomics, I feel like people kind of recognize right away. You know, it is going to have a small screen, it's going to have heat and noise issues in a small package. Like, you kind of expect that as part of the handheld experience, that you're going to make some compromises in the physical aspects of the device. But I think what can be kind of surprising is, one, all the compatibility claims. Similar to like whenever you see emulator developers and other groups make compatibility claims about things, are not really based on like super extensive testing of games. And so there's a lot of games that say, oh yeah, it's totally compatible. And you play them and you just like notice like all these things that are not quite right. Like graphical bugs, things that just don't load in, or other kind of oddities. And so compatibility is not nearly as good as claimed. It's much better than it used to be. And Valve is doing a whole lot for improving the gaming experience on Linux in general. Like, it's great work. It's getting better every year. But it's not nearly as good as what the back of the box says. And that's going to just probably always be true, because actually testing games is really hard. Same thing with like the backwards compatibility claims on a lot of systems. Often it's like, if it boots up and displays the title screen, it's like, all right, we tried it. Like, how many hours are you going to put into doing testing and quality assurance that it's going to behave exactly the same way? Like, there's going to be probably glitches and things that happen with a lot of games, backwards compatibility-wise, whenever you migrate from platform to platform. But the other thing I didn't really expect with Steam Deck and the other products in the Steam Deck ecosystem, like the ROG Ally and things, is that game settings for like resolution and graphics quality and things, those are really, really hard to figure out what settings you should use. And you would think that when you have a target device, like, there's a very, very limited number of configurations for this platform. Like, you'd just be able to get them like correct in the box. But it feels like every game you have to do a lot of tweaks to make it feel like it's running a little bit better. And it's kind of surprising it's just not already pre-optimized. Burger, thank you for resubscribing back for 52 months. Enjoy the Final Fantasy and my rants about Steam Decks and products. And if you thought that was something, just wait until you hear the rants about the town of Melmont. They are not going to be good. Alright. Warp is fabulous, but I don't think it's as important with Save Anywhere. So I'm going to say Fire 3 and Cure 3 and probably Life 1 are what we want here. Arguably, Life 1 is something that you could skip, because you are going to have lots of ways that you can fix problems. I don't know if that's true, but that's one claim that we can think about making. Not gonna need that, or those, or those. Let's put the upgraded helmet on the fighter, even though I'm gonna probably replace this in like 15 seconds. I'm thinking about going over to Crescent Lake and getting the silver gear. That'll be some more defense in the fighter. And defense is going to really help us out with avoiding problems when we're doing the Earth Mental grind. Look at how crummy this inn is. It's got cobwebs. The beds are literally just stone. Those are not sheets. That is carved rock. Valve made Linux gaming viable. I would 100% agree with that. Valve has done, in the last, 5 years, more for Linux gaming than I think anybody has ever done in history. It went from being kind of a joke to being something that is surprisingly capable. And I still have a lot of complaints about the compatibility issues and weird stuff like, sound and graphics are just so much harder. But the fact that, even slightly works is a large amount of credit to Valve for the work that they put into it. But a couple years ago, any type of Linux gaming was just non-existent. Hey, Player247, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. We can escape, but probably not. Yeah, if they're all this fast, we are having zero hope of being able to get past that. Ooh, that's a lot of peds. Maybe we can see what happens. Maybe better to try the lit twos. I think we can get a ped cleaned up per round with this fighter being tempered. Oh, that's a bad hit. And that's a bad hit. All right. Ped's a great experience. That's the #1 monster for experience in this part of the world. 4 is a lot for a team that is, level 7 still? You're probably supposed to be, level 7 to fight Bicky in the Final Fantasy Strategy Guide. We are definitely not supposed to be anywhere near this part of the game yet. His experience has been too improved for you to handle. Yeah, that is tragically a thing that has happened to me on numerous occasions. Fundamentally, I don't have a problem with doing stuff on Windows. It's worked fine for a long time. But so often, something gets changed, and your settings get reset, or a thing that you used to use is now broken. And it's just so frustrating that it's taking time out of your day to go and fix something that you didn't want to have changed in the first place. For really, no gain at all. If you're getting cool new stuff in exchange for the pain, you maybe think about the trade-offs for it. But there's been nothing good for the last couple of years, and every month or two, Microsoft improves my experience in a way that, breaks my streaming. It is uncanny, how often things are just completely hosed. Knock, knock. All right, good. We got some giant experience there. That'll be pretty helpful. If we can get something else, great. If not, we will see if we can do the Earth Cave. I think level 8 might be pretty early for the Earth Cave. I'll probably have to do some fighting around here and just hope that we can get some good battles. Being right outside of Crescent Lake, I can use the inn. We can get recovered whenever we want. We can get revived whenever we want. It's not that big of a deal, but as you can see, the Cobra Scorpion fights just have 0 value, and they are very, very common. Probably at least 50% Cobra Scorpion. Windows Update bricked your system with a forced driver update. What really bugs me is that they forced on a feature where manufacturers can install drivers without your consent. And so they put on like a whole bunch of hotkey programs and control programs and things that are just like not desirable. And there's very little you can do to turn this off. And like every single manufacturer for motherboards and for devices started using this system to like sneak driver updates in to install all their control apps and things that I didn't want to have on there, and now it causes so many problems. And there's probably like a reason that they did it. Like, you know, people that needed to have the drivers were not installing them, and that was causing a different kind of problem. But it's still very, very frustrating when it happens. All right, I'm going to get the buckler, even though that is a terrible idea. The rest of our silver gear here. So our 15 puzzle cache has lasted a good long while. Looks like we are still good for a little bit further past this as well. So anything left we can spend however we want. Maybe we start getting some houses. That would be good. All right. Let's see if we get a couple level ups here. Looking for Peds. Hopefully we can actually survive against the Peds for a couple turns this time. I mean, I don't think these are even really worth it, to be honest. We'll try one Cobra Scorpion fight, see what the experience is like. At like level 8, maybe you can get some value out of this. Alright. Cobras seem tough to kill with spells. Yeah, 390, that's not worth it. There need to be a lot of Cobra Scorpions, and the spell effects are significantly slower compared to the earlier games. So we're going to stick with Giants, Bulls, Trolls, and Peds. Hopefully we can do decent number. So you get enough experience here that then we can do the grinding in the Earth Cave, which is where I really want to get the fights in. Once we can do Earth Mentals, then we can kind of cruise for a while. Good battle there. That's... like a third level, so we need like 6 giants. A bit more than I want. Maybe I'll just get level 9 and see how it feels at that point. If I can't kill Urs without doing a bunch of buffs, then you're really going to have a very short shelf life for how long that you can do those fights. If you can win, but you're using up 10 heal potions per battle, then it just comes down to like how long does it take you to do the travels to pick up more heal potions versus the fights in there. At a certain point. I think we need to be pretty strong to beat Lich. Vampires should be no problem. That fight I'm not worried about. Lich I'm worried about. For how much HP this guy has. We're not going to have Fire 3s until level 15. That's like level infinite compared to what we currently are at. Fire 2 is going to be kind of dinky. You need a lot of Fire 2s. One Lich is like 800 hit points. Just hasten tempers. I could see maybe being okay, but taking a bunch. Yeah, even 2 probably not worth it. Alright, this looks pretty juicy. It just takes so much damage though compared to the fighter. It's like, where did all those peed fights that we got on the way here go? That's what we need right now. One more for level up. We're very, very close right now. Oh, wow, the inn takes so long. I'm going to spend more time in the inn than I'm actually in the battles. Alright, these guys are cooked. You don't pay the RNG in this game to get certain monster packs and preemptives. Not as far as I know. GBA's got some weird manipulations. And they're really, really cumbersome to perform. You need to have, like, a lot of stuff that is timed out for your specific console and things. Because basically frames from the time that you're doing hard resets into things in order to get the RNG like what you want. You'll notice it like inadvertently if you save outside of a difficult battle and you're just doing the fight over and over again. You're gonna start seeing the same patterns a lot, but I haven't noticed that on the PlayStation version. So however it's doing the RNG on this version is different than GBA, and it seems to be less susceptible to giving you the same outcome over and over again. And yes, it's almost like kind of built into how the game works, where all the RNG is kind of keyed off of a value in your save game file. And they probably did that because you need to have some source of randomness, since there's no system clock or anything like that on the NES. It would be pretty likely that you'd start seeing pretty similar results way more often. So having a stored value in your save game ensures that for any particular player, you're going to be able to mix things up a little bit better. And then as you started getting into later generations, it became a little bit cumbersome to write stuff to your save data all the time. Like, I don't know if PlayStation has issues with memory cards wearing out if you write to them all the time or whatnot. Like, it's probably something that Sony does not really encourage developers to do. But they kind of got away from the idea of your save game encoding some additional state for it. I think pastes are not going to be available till the next level, but we can still do some tempers here. And 103. If you want to be a red mage, the first thing you got to do is make certain that your hat is extremely fancy. Beyond that, everything else is optional. Battery LSD, welcome in. Thank you much for the good wishes there. I think 2 tempers is probably enough. Got one of the Mad Catz memory cards. I never trusted those third-party memory cards. Like, a lot of them just broke instantly. Like, either they didn't work right when you got them, or like within a couple of weeks they were dead, and everyone knew somebody that had lost all their save game data. So while it was very cheap compared to the official memory cards, there was like a lot of reluctance to use the third-party ones. I bet after a certain point, like, if it doesn't break in the first year, then probably it's going to last for a long time. But it was such a gamble with, back in the day, like, trusting your data to third-party memory cards. Despite the saving, people would not do it. And then once these consoles became, like, not super relevant, and they were being sold for cheap prices, I eventually just bought a big lot of memory cards. So I've got, like, 50 PS1 and PS2 memory cards. Like, I'm never going to run out. One of the PS1 memory cards with multiple pages. Those were kind of cool. And again, they also seem very, very susceptible to having problems. But yeah, you could kind of organize memory cards in different ways. And the console manufacturers would have like a listed set of block sizes that you could have on cards. And then eventually memory storage got cheap enough that you could easily have more than the maximum amount allowed. So what they did was then put on these systems where you could have different pages, where basically you could, without taking the memory card in and out of the system, have multiple memory cards that you could swap between. And people like swap pages when they didn't want to. They move pages when it was writing the memory card, and it would delete the card. Like, it had a lot of consequent problems. But it's because component prices were plummeting so fast, and capabilities were increasing so quickly, that in the span of a console lifetime, you might have a 10 or 20x increase in the capabilities of the things around it. So a console that is like state-of-the-art and brand new when it came out, in 2 years would be already kind of clunky. And by the time the next generation system came out in 5 years, it would be like complete garbage. And it's kind of conflicting how to think about this pace of increase kind of changing over the years. Like, in one hand, it's great not having stuff get obsoleted so fast. You can buy some hardware, and 5 years later, it's usable. It might not be the fastest and greatest technology at that point, but it still functions. It still does all the basic tasks. Like, the new stuff is like, 30% shinier. But the fact that you don't have new stuff that's 10 times better means that you're missing out on like that rapid pace of innovation that is probably never going to happen again. Like, there was just a moment in time where people that were enjoying the technology of that era got breathtaking advances in very, very short spans. All right, I'm going to see if level 10 is enough for the Earth Elementals. It might not be. We might all die horribly. In which case, hopefully, you have insurance. How many memory cards did I buy? I think I got a lot of 20 PS1 cards and like 20 PS2 cards. Most of them are Japanese consoles, which it doesn't matter for using memory cards. When you format the memory card is when it'll write down a different format depending on whether you're using it for a Japanese or a US system. So a Japanese memory card can be used in a US system and vice versa. But it's like a bulk lot for like probably like $3 a memory card or something. Pretty small. I kind of wish I gotten a similar type of deal for GameCube cards. Those are a system that I didn't have a lot of games at the time for, and so like I got like one extra memory card, and it's kind of nice to have more than one because those get chewed up really fast. Nerd Vicious, thank you for the good wishes. Visk, thank you as well. I hope you're enjoying your evening here. We got past Astos in under an hour. Now the challenge is going to be getting past Lich. I'm expecting a really big jump in difficulty at Lich. Up until then, not so bad. But I'm kind of thinking ahead to how do we get past our next boss? And there's unfortunately not a lot of great choices for grinding in ways that are low on resource usage. So I'm going to try Earth Elementals, but this might not work. This is easier than 4 Thieves. This should be not so bad. I don't know if it's going to be done in one night. That's going to depend a lot on our Lich time. Like, this might take me an hour to get past Lich, in which case, yeah, you're going to be on a pretty good pace for getting through the rest of the game. Like, Lich is normally like halfway through the game in a lot of these challenges. But Lich might also take 2 hours. Like, I just don't know. For Animal Crossing coming with its own dedicated memory card. Yeah, it's weird with games that kind of have that as such a high storage requirement that you could only have one save on them. And so it made sense that they'd be, one copy of the game, one save. But now that storage is so vastly expanded that even the most resource-intensive game, its save games are going to be like 1/10,000th the size of the game install. They still try to have this policy where you can't have more than one save for Animal Crossing or the Pokemon games. Like, just give it up. At this point, let people have more than one save. Game Boy Player Disc is your future nest egg. I have been very happy that Game Boy Player has been kind of obsoleted in terms of needing the disc and things. It's unfortunately still very expensive because in order to boot the third-party software to get the alternate Game Boy players, you need to have some type of exploit for the GameCube. These are which is Action Replay, but that's been out of print for years, so now Action Replay discs are like $100 compared to Game Boy Player discs, which are like $200, but it's still way more expensive than it really should be to use like a basic function of the console. But if you're willing to have like slightly cumbersome ways of launching the games, there are alternate systems for doing homebrew software that can be used instead. Alright, let's go ahead, cabin up. It says tent. That's because tents get renamed to sleeping bags, cabins get renamed to tents, houses get renamed to cottages. It's complicated for the names. Alright, so we got Hollow Giants. We got Earth Elementals. Earth Elemental is probably a better fight once we get it going, but they're going to probably be more difficult than Giants for right now. So let's give it a go each way. See which one feels better. Now, the repro systems for playing Game Boy games on normal screens. Oh yeah, there's like 10,000 different Game Boy compatible alternatives. The really fancy ones are from like Analog, if they do a bunch of those, but there have been so many different releases over the years for different players. The thing is, it's mostly for the nostalgia factor of like the handheld experience, and if you're playing these a lot, you don't really want to have the really tiny screens and the cramped controls. Like, you want to be able to use these systems with actual controllers that feel like they're not going to kill your hands. And that's something that a lot of the replacement ones are not really focused on. Alright, that's not terrible. It is a lot of healing potions per fight. But not terrible. How many games are in my game collection? I have actively tried to not collect games nearly as much as I used to. There was a period of time where it's like, I would go out and be like, I'm going to get all the games for a certain series or things like that. And I realized that I was just getting a whole bunch of games that I was never going to play. You know, pick every game that you had ever heard of off of the NES, and there's probably like a quarter of that is even worth playing once. And even less than that that's worth playing multiple times, so I have tried to pare down quite a lot, but I still have maybe like 1,200 games. I would like to get the number down even further. Just like things that I bought thinking this would be useful one day for a project or something. Like, I'm never going to play the vast majority of those. And I probably don't really want to spend a lot of space on that. So getting down to things that at any point I could grab a title off the shelf and be like, this is a game that is a good game, is kind of like the goal to be at. Alright, so we're going to just memo save a lot. So I can reset out of the off-tile encounters. Yeah, I've been deliberately downsizing the number of games I've purchased for like probably 5 years. initially it was like really tough. Like it was just like very hard to sell anything. And then I kind of got to the realization that one, I was like keeping multiple copies of games and things that, you know, just in case this copy broke, I'd have a backup spare and things like that. And it's like, all right, there's a lot here that can go. And then once a little bit of it went, it was easier to sell more and more. So at this point, as long as I get rid of a sufficient amount of things, I'm okay with buying new stuff. And it tries to keep the average level of quality going up over time. Now, one thing you'll notice here is that you do have variability in your healing potions. On NES, it's always exactly 30 when healing potions are used outside of combat. But on the later remakes, a lot of the healing items are just simply the equivalent of casting those spells. And so you will get inconsistent results. And on average, the healing potions are less good than the NES version. So that may be a factor here in our Earth Grind. They just don't make the healing potions like they used to. Hoarding any Little Simpsons. I've never been into like buying the super expensive games purely for the having it aspect of it. Like Little Simpsons is a really fun game. I think it's one of the few games that are both very expensive and also worth playing. Like Little Simpson and maybe Gimmick on the Famicom are the two that from that generation have gigantic price tags but are also like legitimately good. And so I think it's kind of fortunate that, to a large extent, the games that are really good also sold a lot of copies, which tends to keep the price down. Now, as for NES Highlight, well, that one's not for sale. I am pretty certain that selling copies of Highlight is illegal. One down. Let's ready this all up. Next one gets it. About halfway through our potions. So probably like 4 levels on 1 stack of potions. Your leveling speed is going to get slower over time. But I should only need to do this once and then go take on Vampire. And at that point, we can kind of evaluate how close it is to Lich. I'm hopeful that it does not take a lot of these loops to make Lich at least practical. That you didn't understand Highlight and then you realized you really understood it. Yes, unfortunately. The first experience is the authentic experience. It really doesn't get better from there. Fire damage is up quite a bit since we started. That was a critical hit, but still, the average hits are much better. We could put the dead body in front of Dan. I mean, if you think about it, the dead body is probably doing more work than Dan does on an average day. Oh, stop hitting my Dan. He's soft and fragile. Dragon. Bot, read the screen. Yep. The bot is actually entirely off the stream. So if the stream goes down, the bot stops working. That's one of the reasons why if Twitch is having a lot of problems, I don't like to do Final Fantasy, because it's really hard to stitch together like multiple video streams so it can keep going. It's the kind of thing that I've always wanted to put together someday so that it would have more resilience, but it's fortunately been rare enough where Twitch usually does not have too many bad days in a row that it has not been like a high priority to do. It's definitely getting easier on these Earths. It's definitely faster than the Crest and Lake fights, although getting our healing potions restocked is going to be pretty slow. But I think this is like proof that the concept works. Alright, another whoop. Get it up to 14 here? No, 13. We still got a couple more healing potions. Let's see if we can hit 14 before we leave. How much is that? 6,000, alright. It's more than I expected. This is normal difficulty, which means that the experience scaling and all that is the same as the NES version. If we were playing on easy mode, then it would be substantially faster to get these levels. And you kind of be flying through a lot of these stretches. One reason I didn't want to do it is because easy mode is going to be much more similar to GBA and PSP in the later remakes for the ease in which you can do certain strategies. This is going to require that we are a lot more creative with how we get through some of these roadblocks. 9 Earths. Don't think we're gonna make it with 14 potions. almost a good one. That second hit that really killed that one. All right, 2 more. Could maybe squeeze a 3rd one out. If it is lucky. I don't know how good general character recognition is these days. It's probably gotten a lot better very quickly with all the AI stuff. But the reason why it works so well for Final Fantasy is that there's a limited set of concepts and places on the screen, and it really has a lot of simplifications compared to the use case of like arbitrary text from all kinds of different fonts and writing styles and different contexts that you're going to be expressing concepts in. So if you're doing something like Fantasy Final Fantasy today, it would be probably using a very, very different mechanism for trying to do it, but when I initially put Fantasy Final Fantasy together, this was like the only way this would have worked. Hey, Stalin656, welcome in. It's going pretty good. We have coming up on the 2-hour mark here. Got strong enough to take on Vampire. I think we probably need more to go for Lich. That's going to be a concern about how do we get our first Fiend down. Because if we get past Lich, then it's pretty smooth sailing for quite a while. Modern Fantasy Final Fantasy read active memory. I mean, you still have the problem that you can't play that on a physical console very easily. I don't think that has really had any major changes over the years. A lot of physical consoles are extremely cumbersome and difficult to have any type of active reading on them. Does the steel armor help? It might. I would really, really not want to. But it might actually help. The thing is, the Earth Mental hit's just really, really hard. And so your armor is kind of secondary to the qualities of the fight. Like, you'll notice that the Red Mage barely takes more damage than the fighter does, despite the fact that the fighter has way better gear overall. Now, on regular fights, that's not true. But for that specific battle, and it's one reason why the Earth can be a decent fight, is because you don't need to have good armor. Actually run from these by now. I'm gonna guess maybe. Level 14 feels like about where they'd expect you to be at for fighting Astos and things. So you're not that far off now from the target level right now. And that's kind of assuming that you've got a 4-character party and that you're gonna have them geared up appropriately. So we would be certainly outliers in that regardless. but we're at least not as far away as we used to be. We're so close. Awesome. All right. Closest shop is probably Canaria. 9 potions, come back for a second loop. I'm tempted to just go and do Vampire right away and not grind Urs quite yet. Maybe get Vampire down, use the rest of the healing potions to grind Urs, buy more, and then try Lich at that point. Because 15 is when we get our first Fire 3 cast. That's a very nice spell. That should be doing like 200 damage, so the Red Mage is going to be actively competing in the fight along with the fighter once we have Haste and Tempers deployed. Or do we just try to Haste and Temper right out of the gate and see if that is workable? And then push the purchased. That saves so much time. Alright, grind maybe complete. The good chance we hit 14 just kind of naturally doing the vampire trip. And I really, really want 15. Do I really, really need 15? We can survive a Fire 2 and Lit 2. We can just swing away. Ice 2 is going to be at the front. Could definitely survive that. Dan's looking like he might not survive both Fire 2 and Lit 2. But if Dan's already gotten all of his buffs off by that point, we just need the fighter to survive. And it's not like the difference in experience is going to make any real impact on the game. One thing you might notice compared to the GB version, they have not yet, at this point, swapped around the ambush and preemptive rates. So the enemies that ambush you 90% of the time still ambush you 90% of the time on the PlayStation version. That makes some of these stretches a significantly less fun time. Can't get it out there. Nope. You know, there's some frustrations for parts of this game, especially the encounter rate being super high. This is actually a really good version to do a lot of challenges on, because you can have challenges where the difficulty is not being simplified or sidestepped in any way by the added in quality life and game improvement balance changes and stuff. Like, this is very much in the line of original NES difficulty in so many ways. But the bosses being actually pretty competitive. the best version of Final Fantasy 1. I think that there's a lot less of a contentious debate about different versions of remakes and things. Like, first of all, so many of them are objectively trying to do the same thing, where they are making available an older game in a way that you can actually play them on more modern systems for the given time, because obviously at this point, the remake of the remake of the remake of the remake is still a retro game. It has just been that many years. But like, if you do comparisons about like the features and things about all of them, normally most of these remakes have like very, very clear differentiating factors. Like, if you want to have the very best Final Fantasy VI experience, probably the Super Nintendo version is still the best. Because all the remakes have had to have like some type of compromise or things. They didn't to not add a lot of additional value. Like the bonus content and some of the GB and PSP ones are not really all that impressive. And while there might be a couple that are like, all right, there's like 2 versions that are kind of good, a lot of it's going to come down to what systems do you have access to for the ease of play. Because that's going to trump most other factors. Is just that, sure, the PlayStation version is really nice and the GBA version is great and all, but do you have those systems? And if not, then well, you're probably going to get the version off of Steam. And as long as it's like adequate, the fact that you can play it is a big deal. That's why I do celebrate a lot of the things that they are doing for making at least credibly playable remakes. There was a period of time where Square was making remakes that just really sucked. There's not a good way to put it. Like, they were actively bad. But they got enough player feedback and frustration. And I think it kind of culminated at the Secret of Mana remake, where people really wanted that game to succeed. And it looked like it would be kind of okay, but it just had so many flaws and problems that never got addressed. Then when they did the Chrono Trigger remake, and it was going down the same path, it's like the Chrono Trigger audience was not going to put up with that. Yeah, a lot of the bad remakes were basically mobile-first games where they didn't even really try to hide that they were mobile games on the PC versions. Like, it still had like the mobile style like overlay controls and things. All the menus and stuff were like designed clearly for touch targets and taps. They were very, very alien to a PC player for what was even going on for the basic control systems. And because like there's a vast difference between the level of graphics that you have on a mobile game versus on a PC game. So they were not meeting the market at all. But after that Chrono Trigger experience, I think that the last few years of Square remakes have been generally very positive. And it's gotten to the point where the remakes are pretty much good to go right out of the gate. Like, you don't have to wait for a whole bunch of patches and things. I still wouldn't recommend ever like pre-ordering the stuff, but that's true for nearly every game in general at this point. And it's definitely not a specific criticism of them. It's like, there's been so many problems with pre-ordering that it's just not worth it. And especially when pre-ordering as a concept doesn't really make sense for a digital download. You can buy it 2 minutes after release, and there's going to be a copy available. Pre-ordering made a lot more sense when you had a physical product and it had to be ordered, and it takes 2 weeks to arrive. So if you didn't order in advance, you know, you can't just like change your mind and drop down and have everyone go and grab a copy. Like, the physical supplies would not work for that. But that whole model is completely gone for digital. So it doesn't make sense to have the same type of sale systems around it. The only game you pre-ordered was Pharmacy 10 too. Well, you picked a good one. That one was definitely the one to pre-order. I pre-ordered the NES Final Fantasy because if you didn't buy a game in advance when it came out, like, it might never appear. You see games be advertised, and there's a limited number of retailers around you, and the game is just not there. Or the game is there, and you don't buy it, and the next month it's gone, and there's no way to get a copy. So it was more important to pre-order these things. But even though I pre-ordered Final Fantasy, like, I don't think I got it until, like, probably a good month or two after release. So even then, it was very unreliable. All right, I think the answer to our question of can we run away is definitively no. Gonna be a lot of saves coming on these floors. Never found Breath of Fire 2 or Ogre Battle for Super Nintendo. Yeah, a lot of RPGs, even by the Super Nintendo days, tended to be very poorly stocked. Like, I think the stores near me for Super Nintendo were getting better, and they would have most of the big series games just, like, automatically, and usually a couple copies of everything. But what you tended to find is that if a game was not, like, a particularly good seller, they just wouldn't reorder it. So once their initial stock of 18 copies or whatever they had on hand was gone, that was it. And some rare exceptions where it was not super popular, so they decided not to reorder, but they also had some leftovers. Then you get the bargain bin, where for like a pretty sizable discount, you get like a random game, and there'd be occasionally some real gems in there. Like, that's how I got Crystalis, is it evidently didn't sell, and so they had it for half off. It's like, all right, I'll try it. And it was really good. And then I spent probably a solid 12 hours in the ice cave trying to figure out how to get up the slopes, not realizing that there was this quest with the insect flute over in a completely different area. So I hit the max level, grinding on the zombies while just trying to jump up the slopes over and over again. It was probably not the smartest way to play. Got Dragon Warrior 3 for Game Boy Color in the bargain bin. I don't think I ever saw the Game Boy Dragon Warriors when they were new. The NES ones they definitely had. And I got 2 and 4. I ended up renting one and beating it in a weekend, so I never bothered to buy a copy of it. It's like, it didn't seem like a game that you bothered to replay, but Dragon Warrior 2 I played a lot of, and Dragon Warrior 4 as well. But since I had skipped Dragon Warrior 3, I'd always wanted to go back and try it again. It was not until many years later that I could get a copy of it. Most NES games were going for $30 plus. Most NES games were going for $50. That was kind of the standard price for the NES era. And then Super Nintendo actually was kind of weird because there was like a $60 standard. But then there was like these premium games that legitimately they were using probably a lot of expensive memory chips and mappers and things, so they were much more expensive to produce. But then you'd have the occasional game that was $70, even $80. And when you think about like how much inflation has changed over the years, like what the prices of those games would be today, it is kind of wild that games were that expensive. So like you would have a system, which you get for pretty cheap, but you may only own like 8 or 10 games for it. All right, there's our Ruby. That seemed relatively painless, but Vampire's the easy part. Lich is going to be the hard part. So we're not out of the woods yet. I think if I can beat Lich without doing more grinding on Earth Mentals, then I'll be pretty happy here. The games work flawlessly for the most part. I think we were very tolerant of the mistakes and things. Like, it's pretty often that you get a game that's got clearly broken or missing things in it. It was rare that games totally didn't work. And it would be a big, big deal replacing those. So sometimes things got kind of like swept under the rug. Like my version of Final Fantasy III, when it came out, has the sketch glitch so bad that I couldn't do the Ultros fight, where you first get Realm, and you're supposed to just win with sketch. Like, I could not get down the hallway to get to the save point after using sketch, because it would just crash the game every single time. It luckily didn't delete the save games. It was always just like, the game crashed and you couldn't make any progress. Until eventually I beat Ultros in the story battle without using sketch, which takes like 7,000 damage or whatever it is. But for whatever reason, my copy has the sketch glitch like super hard. Does the Game Boy Crystals have an alternate boss? Game Boy Crystals has problems. It also has some things that it's trying to do to improve the quality of life experience of the original. Like, Crystals would have been really amazing with just like 2 extra controller buttons. It is so hamstrung by the control scheme where you have to very tediously swap swords and swap spells and things. Going between like having a spell versus an active item and stuff is a lot of work. And so Game Boy Color, which has just a little bit more in the way of buttons available to it, Game Boy Advance would have been phenomenal. But the original game really needed that kind of slight buff. It's still incredibly good. Like, I highly recommend Crystallis. But the control scheme just suffers a lot from being on the NES. Do I ever get 70 plus of every item in the inventory for Final Fantasy VI? Oh yeah, you get like hundreds of items in your inventory. They all be corrupted stuff. Some of them are like real things, and you're getting like late game weapons and stuff. You get stacks that are over 99. Like, it would be very, very buggy. And if you could successfully save the game, so like if you made it to the save point and saved it, then it wouldn't crash, and you could start going through like all the junk that it put into your inventory. But it would nearly always crash before you get to the end of the hallway. The US releases benefit from the Japanese testing. Yeah, I guess that is a factor that for the games that were Japan first, which was a large portion of the market, it would be probably a couple years before things would go out. Now, there's stuff that got broken in localization, so things that would not have affected the original release, and because of issues that came from changing strings around and moving stuff, there's plenty of those. But you'll often see that Japan will have revisions of a game that don't exist, and then the US version is the latest and final Japan revision in terms of the features that are in there. So it's always kind of funny when games come out that are US first instead, and the US market's the one that gets the 3 revisions, and Japan gets the final one. And finally the tables are turned. Yeah, we're here with the PSX sketch glitch. Pretty much like the first couple of months, if you bought it in that period, you probably have some level of sketchiness with the sketch glitch. And I don't know if it's like system dependent, or if it's like something about how the cartridges work, but it seems like some cartridges are more affected by the sketch glitch than others. Yeah, Lufia 2 Ancient Cave is kind of a localization issue that broke the background of the game quite badly. And that's the kind of thing, like, if you make a change to a game, are you playing through the whole game and doing all the optional side quest stuff, like going all the way through the Ancient Cave, for what seemed like a very small thing that shouldn't have any problems, but it had problems? You gotta be really, really conservative with the changes that you take at the last minute. And you could be very surprised that a seemingly harmless thing caused things to go wrong. They were lucky that it was not worse. Well, that's like not the only Lufia 2 problem. Like, there's also basically all of the menus where it'll have the old string, so like all the item names get really weird, because as you re-equip things, it'll just kind of like start overwriting with all the different names on top of each other. See this Titan. Well, he might not have pants. Has more dignity than the GBA version. And that's why that's the best Titan of all. They were fixed evasion. They were probably less concerned about the bugs of that nature, because if you've already done all the balance testing with a certain bug in place, it can be kind of dangerous to fix the bugs, because that's going to throw your balance out of whack. But that's something that they definitely found from fixing all the Final Fantasy 1 bugs, is that, well, most of the bugs make the game harder, because the bugs hurt the player. So if you fix all the bugs, suddenly the game gets too easy. And now you got to do things like, oh, we're going to go back and double all the boss HP. Or, in the case of case, we're going to 10x the boss HP. And you try to like throw some wedges in to fix up the balance consequences. Or you just left the bugs in place. And a lot of games are going to just leave the bugs in place, because rebalancing things is a really tough and sensitive thing. Like, Final Fantasy 4 has a ton of bugs with the active time combat system, to to be expected. Like, that's the first time that they are kind of pseudo real-time doing battles instead of having the turn-based system. So a lot of the things around how timing works are very, very fragile. And if you try to fix those, it makes the gameplay balance really tough. It's like the remakes of Final Fantasy IV generally have the problem that certain fights get way too easy and other fights get way too hard, because a very, very small change to how the speed system works is going to just reverberate throughout the entire game. Making sure I've got more houses. Looks like we got plenty. I understand the anchor system. Yeah, I didn't know about that until speedrunning. Like, it's not something that is part of the game itself for how anything is explained. And it's kind of expected that you've got Cecil alive in the party getting experience pretty much all the time, so that you're not going to have big level disparities. Or, at the worst, Cecil is going to be the highest level character. And things go really haywire when you uncouple the speed of combat from Cecil's speed. Like, so many things don't make sense for how turn order works. And even for speedrunning, a lot of that comes out in very, very precise setups where you have to wear certain gear to either increase or decrease your agility. Depending on the order of characters where they are standing on the screen, they're going to have different turn orders, so you have to have certain party formations. Like, a lot of it is very laborious trial and error over the years to figure out how do you actually make the game behave in a repeatable fashion. And yes, Final Fantasy IV also has a lot of airships, but there's a precedent. I think that starting in Final Fantasy III, you have quite a number of airships. And so it just goes from there, that at a certain point, more airships is more better. I think I'm still feeling pretty good about the Lich fight here. 254 for HP is starting to get into the range where Dan might survive. A little bit deeper to the fight. 387 for Cal. You should be able to take a nice 2 Fire 2 Lit 2. It'll get dicier when you start getting the things like Hold, or let's just Sleep Touch going off. But I'm hopeful that Lich cooperates. What's the worst airship captain of all time? I think that Sid in Final Fantasy 2 is pretty drunk in airship flying. You don't really see it as much because it's kind of a fast travel system for a lot of the game, as opposed to you piloting your own airship around. Like, it's just going from point A to point B. But whenever the airship is flying overhead in Final Fantasy 2, it's just like, that can't be good. Like, I understand the world's already doomed, but you need to have some type of safety regulations. You soft-locked yourself in the ice cave. How did you do that, Golden Fawn? The only thing I can think of is that on the way out of the ice cave, you can't get past the boss fight right near the very end. And there's no save to go back on. Because there's very few things that, with saving anyway, that you would have a problem with. Okay, yeah. You fell down and then the trap tile fight in the blocking area. That definitely makes sense for being stuck there. Understandable, that fight really sucks. Saved for the Warbeck and couldn't win the fight in Pharmacy Legend. That one is not too bad of a fight. He is pretty random, but there's a lot of cheesy instant death that works in Pharmacy Legend. Assuming that you have access to an instant death move, you probably don't think to try them for a lot of the bosses, but the Legend series has always been one that plays kind of fast and loose with instant death in a lot of ways. Both for your team and for the enemy. Alright, at least the mummies are easy to run from. They better be really slow. Nope. Those are actually images, not race. And that monster is like the fastest thing that you're going to see for a very long time. Till the waterfall probably is the next bit. Alright, there we go. Rod has been used. And we're down to floor 4. Well, 240 at Lich probably is looking at somewhere in the 6-hour range for beating Chaos. That's not terrible. Going into this, I had no idea whether this is going to be like a 4-hour playthrough or a 10-hour playthrough. I figured it'd be somewhere similar-ish to NES with 2 characters. There are some things that just go way slower. Saving and loading, getting fights because you can't manipulate the encounters. There's going to be places that are actually worse than NES. But there are a lot of places that are better because with Save Anywhere, you can go through these places like with way less experience. I think with 2 characters, I was doing Lich at like level 18 or something. It would have been very painful for this next stretch if you were not severely leveled up. Thankfully, we should not be required to do. I think if we could beat Lich, we can beat Ordeals in Ice Cave without any further grinding. It may not be easy, but I think we can do it. Pharmacy Legend more about this is fun rather than working. Pharmacy Legend is very much a spin-off. Like, it is the Saga series. Only attached to Final Fantasy in the sense that they needed a famous name to sell more copies of the game. So in Japan, it's just Saga 1, 2, and 3. And it's only the US release that slapped Final Fantasy on as a title so that people would know that, oh, it's got some connection to this game I might have heard of. Same thing with the first Mana game being called Final Fantasy Adventure in the US. There is zero connection to Final Fantasy, but they call it Final Fantasy Adventure so that it's more likely to sell some copies. It worked on you, yeah. I always figured the Final Fantasy Legend games were kind of weird and quirky because they were cut down for Game Boy. And not that it was just, like, not ever meant to be a Final Fantasy game to begin with. So it probably worked on me, too. We're speaking to you, Lich. And hopefully, we are murdering you. Let's see how this goes. I think it's going to go very well. As long as Fighter doesn't get paralyzed. Gonna be chopping away at it. The sleep's fine, it's probably gonna land. Stun is what we do not want to see. That's where problems happen. That's how fast, that's 3 tempers. And that is our first fiend down. Alright, glad I did not do more earth grinds. We were definitely set for it. It was big getting our spells ready to go. So having a couple casts of fast and temper, very, very helpful. And probably our next grind is not until we get to the ice cave. If I can make it there, then I'm hopeful that the eye grind is just really smooth. Probably going to be dangerous still for a bit to worry about XXX on the Red Mage until we are over 300 health. Petrification's still an issue, but since you could save wherever, I could do a couple of eyes, take a memo save, and blast through those really, really fast. Could be so glad to be out of this part of the world. The shadow ambushes are just rough. And I'll be really glad. But we never have to smell the town of Belmont again. I was glad to play the Dragon Warrior games in the car. Dragon Warrior and GBC, I think, is almost really good. Like, it's definitely upgraded over the original Dragon Warrior 1 in a lot of ways. But even Dragon Warrior 2 kind of feels like they had to make a lot of compromises for it. And across all three of them, the big thing is just you cannot see very far around you. So the overworld has a lot of twists and turns and passageways that you cut through. Even dungeons tend to be kind of complicated and snaky. And if you can't see a very large distance, even if you've played the game a lot and you are familiar with where you're going, it is tough to see and navigate around. Like the GBA probably could have nailed that. And they're just a little bit too soon on doing Game Boy Color releases. Like, it works totally fine on the Super Nintendo, which is the port that they based those Game Boy Color versions off of. So I'm glad that they did make the Dragon Warrior portable games. If they'd waited one generation, it would have been so nice. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 2, pretty brutal because that game's already pretty rough for balance. And this is despite the remake for Super Nintendo and Game Boy Color fixing a lot of the balance problems from the original. It's still very, very hard. And so as a result, if you are taking extra steps unnecessarily because you missed seeing where the turn was, it's like, it's like the difference between winning and losing a lot of those. You can barely afford to have like 2 extra fights. The Fighter overworld sprite, weirdly tan. This game tends to have a darker palette in general. Like, you'll notice that the colors are overall darker and a little bit muted compared to any other of the remakes. I don't know if that was a very intentional style choice. They're like, yeah, we want to have a more gritty, realistic green for everything. Or if this was just like, all right, the PlayStation graphic system, whatever they were using for the engine, kind of had this as the style. Don't know. But GBA goes back to being a lot brighter for the graphics, and all the remakes are very, very bright. Like, Pixel Master is extremely bright for a lot of its color schemes for the players, although weirdly not for the enemies. And so it sometimes looks like 2 different people did the art for it, because the player art and the enemy art are just like totally different. Looks like Final Fantasy VI colors. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI also is a lot darker than the earlier games, just in terms of the color scheme that it selects. It kind of ties into the darker themes that it has versus the previous entries. So that I can imagine as a style choice for it. And maybe when they're doing all of these remakes, even though they are split across a whole bunch of different discs, you have to imagine that Final Fantasy 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 Chrono Trigger were all kind of planned as part of a big remake package. They're going to be reusing a lot of assets and systems in between them. So I bet that there are some compromises being made where we're going to use a certain style across a whole bunch of different games while we're putting these remakes together. And so while it might not have been the choice for Final Fantasy 1 by itself, in the overall collection, it makes more sense. Further over. we head out to Ordeals. Doing Ordeals Force gets a couple upgrades. It's also generally faster with the boat taking this backdoor entrance versus waiting until I have the airship. But I think arguably for the remakes, it's less important to do Ordeals first. You're not going to be dealing with a bunch of unreadable wizard fights unless you want to. So things like the Thor Hammer don't give you as much of a benefit. And kind of a similar thing for like the Ice Sword, the Gold Bracelet. They're nice to have and all, but you could have done these in any order that you wanted. It'd probably been pretty much about the same for difficulty. That was Final Fantasy IV The After Years. It is one of the reasons why I say that you probably shouldn't be sad that Pixelmaster does not include the bonus content for these games. Dawn of Souls for Fantasy 1, I think, is worth doing at least once. It's not nearly as good as the main game, but it's got some cool stuff in it, and it's certainly worth your time going through and enjoying the bonus dungeons. Fantasy 2, Dawn of Souls, yeah, it's kind of only really people that very much care about those characters. It basically is an epilogue that gives you more backstory for all of the guest characters of the party. And I didn't feel like I needed more backstory. It was enough resolution as it was beating the Emperor, so having that wasn't a big deal. Final Fantasy 3 and 5 were both basically just more character classes. And all the bonus classes tend to be not very critical to gameplay. Like, they're generally powerful, so yeah, they're fun to play with, but you've got so many classes to choose from that it's very, very minor that you're missing out on a couple of extra ones. Fantasy 4 had the After Years, and Fantasy 6 had some random stuff like extra Colosseum battles and things. Again, stuff that very few people interacted with, and I don't think anybody has like really great memorable experiences with these. So losing this content for the Pixelmaster version, not really a big deal. Other than maybe Dawn of Souls dungeons. They're kind of neat to do once. Like the Fantasy 5 extra classes and the bonus dungeons. Yeah, the bonus dungeons are probably better than the classes. Just in terms of more interesting content added in. But I feel like that's not going to be like the thing that you remember about those games down the road. Average player stops caring about the Fantasy 2 guest characters after the first couple are murdered. Look. I'm never getting over Minwu. Minwu was the one that you cared about. Why did he have to die? Also, how come the music here is oddly relaxing? This is an incredibly painful dungeon. It has got some really horrible fights. There is very few things in here that are even moderately challengeable. Like, they're just going to destroy you. Like, these things, no fun. And yet, the soothing and melodious piano tunes lulls you into a false sense of security. Plus, the pillows go ding when you touch them. The NS pillows don't go ding. So close. Alright, Zombles we can take. These are worth it. Now, GBA coming here also meant that I was going to be grinding Zombie Ds for Mega Elixirs, which this version does not have any item drops, much less any of the additional items. So the only reason that you'd grind in here for Zombie Ds is because of experience. And coming up in the Ice Cave, the Eye is going to be way, way better for experience for a team like this. I think maybe White Mage might be the only character class that could even think about grinding here, and that would be probably not something you could sustain for very long. And Joseph. There's some characters that get introduced in Fantasy 2 just so randomly and haphazardly. Like, here's my boat. Now I'm going to die. It is surprising that more than one character exists merely to give you a vehicle option. You want to play Final Fantasy 2 Village CKD? I would definitely recommend it. Pixel Master version has, I think, a really good rendition of Final Fantasy 2. The music is really good in the Pixel Master version. It's a pretty decent soundtrack to begin with. And Pixel Master goes like all out for some of the later songs. Is it hard to grind Pixel Master without boosting? I don't feel like ever having a problem with grinding in that game. If anything, you get probably too powerful too fast. And that's like usually a thing most people don't complain about. The stuff that is tough about Final Fantasy 2 is that there's a few places where you get spells at a certain time if you know about, oh, this particular enemy, you can steal this really powerful spell, and then you're not going to see that again for so long that it really sucks if you don't get it. And so there's stuff that is missable either permanently or kind of semi-permanently, because by the time you get it again, it's obsoleted. That kind of stinks. But I think over the years, generally Final Fantasy 2 has made the grinding experience better and better till it was really not that unpleasant. Let's use my Red Mage spells, but we're lazy. Care about the heal staff. We're definitely not going to be heal skipping in battle. Probably not getting away from the Argoyles. Now in NES you have these long stretches in here where there's no encounters because anytime that you're inside of a room, which this entire floor is nearly all inside of a room, and you're on the bottom edge, so there's a solid wall below you. There's no fights. Like, running down that hallway up at the top, there's no battles. Same thing at the bottom. Here, you do not get those luxuries. Nice sword on. You're gonna get the gold bracelet. Gold bracelet could also be given to the fighter just to get better evasion. That wouldn't be completely ridiculous. Third, without grinding the chest fights. That does make it slightly slower in a couple places. Like, you don't have the ability to kind of exploit that certain matchups are very, very lopsided in your favor. But I think for the most part, the leveling is much, much easier across the board. And so you don't need to hit that nearly as hard. Like you get, for most of the games, Pixel Master, pretty much everything you need from just kind of doing the game as is. As long as you don't run away from too many battles. You don't need to spend a lot of time grinding. That's probably true for most of 1 through 6. And some games like 2, where you don't have traditional experience points, you can very, very easily get experience from a single fight, because it's just about using the moves over and over again. Okay, nice, there's our tail. And here's where we find out. Can we successfully defeat zombies? I'm hoping the answer is yes. I think the answer's gotta be yes. Alright, fighter getting paralyzed, not ideal. We got fire 2s. So either fighter comes back or we get a couple rounds of this. One round seems good enough. It looks like we are out of here. Alright, ordeal's not too bad. That's one problem out of the way. Get Ice Cave up next, and I am planning to get my levels here. So I need to start thinking about what level do I want to be at to finish the game. If you had a full party, you're probably looking at like level 21 for Temple of Fiends. But we got 2 characters, so we're definitely going to want to have something higher than that. And we can level up pretty fast doing an Ice Cave grind. So what do we target? I might go to around 21, 22 in the Ice Cave, and then get a couple levels throughout the rest of the game. That'll probably put us around like 26, 27 by the end of the game. And I'm trying to think about what the NES levels were like. Some things should be easier. Saving anywhere lets me get through all of the dungeons without the random encounters. Some things are going to be harder. The chaos is going to be a bit more challenging. Fiend refights should mostly be okay. You are going to have the power glove to help you out. And I feel like the increase in the amount of HP they have is not sufficient to offset the power glove. But years overpairing in these games. I think in general, I tend to overpair for a lot of the challenge runs. Because having not done a particular challenge before, you're kind of guessing at how things are to go. And it's often really expensive if you guess a little bit wrong on the short side. Guessing 2 levels too high, it's like, alright, you spend some extra time grinding, but it's not really a big deal. Guessing 2 levels too low, you get to the boss, you get really stuck, then it becomes a problem. How many of these hacks a problem? Here's where the Zeus gauntlets are really helpful. Now random encounters are not going to hold us up nearly as much, which means I don't have to do a whole bunch of save scumming. That's going to be a lot faster for the boat travel for its short remaining duration. Well, the boat does have a very, very fair bullet count rate. For the canoe, though, I believe this version does have the northern canoe monsters mixed in. It's not cleanly split out like the NES version has. Yep, that would be a Fergator. Now, this is one change I don't really understand because balance-wise, it really sucks getting those more advanced monsters this early. And there's no technical reason they could not have kept the similar system where the canoe zones were separated from north to south part of the world. Would have been probably a very minor change. Nacho is not your ordinary prey here. It is far more delicious. And far, far more deadly. I do a lot of races. I generally do not do races because I like to give a lot of explanations about gameplay and mechanics while I do the playthroughs. And races tend to make it very tough to distract yourself from the activity itself. They can be fun to do, but it makes for less interesting watching. Alright, I think every single canoe fight was from the northern half. That's pretty improbable. And yet somehow, that's the kind of luck Dan has on a regular basis. Let's not bother. If we're not going to Zeus Scholar things, then you either run or you're done. We're done with our trip because it is time for the ice cave. This should be pretty nice. Don't have to worry about any of the really annoying battles in here. We're gonna not fight anything that you would typically deal with on the NES version on the regular basis. The things you have to fight are gonna be those trap tile battles halfway through, and we should be able to handle that no problem. That is annoyingly few things dying to my Zeus Scarlets. But I want the experience. Just want to get out of here. Attack sounds something. The funny ones like the black belt sounds like you're drilling something. There's a really weird set of sounds on some of the attacks. I think the ones that like a single slash or slap or hit, those are all pretty reasonable. But whenever they went to do something that was a multi-attack, it tends to be way, way too many. Even these are probably not worth doing. Like, you're getting a little bit of experience for the fights, but it is very, very slow, regardless of whether you're safe skimming or not. Good for a little while. At least get down to floor 2. We can not even get around the corner. Gonna have to take things in smaller chunks. On GBA, it's a little bit faster due to the save and loads. So if it doesn't feel super fluid, but it is not as punishing as PlayStation for getting through these really high encounter rate zones. They probably, if you had like maybe half the encounter rate, even like a third of the encounter rate would be not unreasonable. It would have been very, very fun. These guys are not very fun. Mages have a 90% ambush rate. They love to do fire 3s. So I'm kind of surprised we didn't get destroyed by that. But if you can actually beat them, the experience is not bad for this point of the game. And from this point on, there's going to be a lot of mages. There's going to be a lot of mind flayers and other really nasty battles. Makes Ice Cave one of the least nice places in the entire universe. Enjoy the lurking fat chocobo. Go ahead and grab the flame sword, even though we probably don't need to bother. Red Mage could do some damage with the sword at the eye fight. I don't know if the fighter is going to one-shot the eye right away, and that's important to have it be a one-run battle. Probably take a lot of attacks from the eye. That's going to be bad. Flame sword on. It's not a big upgrade over the silver sword, but it's noticeable. It's time for the fun. So yeah, I can definitely believe people get stuck on this. It is a really nasty trap tile that just throws a ton of enemies that have paralysis at you. The first time through, you're not going to have any elemental protections. After this, though, you could be getting the ice shield in here, or the ice armor. And those are very nice in giving you some chance of blocking these attacks in the NES version. A little smaller party, it's even worse. Solo characters going through here really, really suck. Basically just have to get lucky enough to go first. With 2 characters, I'm kind of hoping that one gets running, or like this, we get lit too early. And we'll slightly simplify our problem. That is one part done. Now the question is, do I want to get the ice mail? I do, but at the same time, I don't really want to fight these frosties. Might take a couple tries to get past without getting destroyed. First thing I want to do is try to get one frosty and just kill it. And not bother even trying to run. See if that works better. Running is generally really hard on these things. Good fight. That was perfect. Alright, fighter with Ice Mail. Big improvement. Again, no, that is not the steel armor. Iron armor is called steel plate. Yes, you might be panicked and alarmed, thinking that steel armor had been purchased, but thankfully, it was not. I think I will grab the money here. I shouldn't need a lot of cash. But if I'm getting the pro rings... Actually, if I'm doing the eye grind, then I bet I'm going to have enough cash from that to be good. I need to buy 2 pro rings, get the bottle, get some 6-tier spells for the red wizard, perhaps. You're going to get Lit 3, probably pick up Life 1 back at 5th tier. I think the eye's going to give me enough money to be totally good. I'm just going to skip it. And I will hopefully not be bitten by this. Could also always get it in the second loop. Making good progress. We're doing pretty good here. Like, there's a couple of spots in the run that are known gatekeepers. Astos for a lot of character classes is pretty bad. The wizards can be tough for a lot of character classes. Vampire actually is usually not too bad, but then Lich is often really, really hard. Lich is the one I was most worried about for this one. Because I had some options on wizards and Astos. Those I was able to do at a very low level. And then I had to pay a bit of a price at that point to catch up. But now that we have, I think we'll have our first crack at the eye here. Alright, not great getting lit too, but we'll take it. I'm going to go ahead and take the floater. And now we're going to do as many eyes as we can with our heal potions. Hopefully that is enough to get me some levels. On NES, you'd come back here after you had gotten ribbons and things, which would make this safer and more efficient. But that would take time. And if I can get the eye grind done now, that'd be really, really good. Stop doing the 2. It's better. We've got a 2-character party. This is the equivalent of getting 2 2/3 Agabas per eye fight here. And right now that is a very, very good amount of experience. It'll still be pretty decent in a couple levels. So I think we can probably get up to level 20 or so before we run out of healing. Well, that will depend on exactly how well the eye treats us. The Lit 2s do a lot of damage. Everything else is very, very easy. Alright, that gaze is actually the stair skill. Well, they haven't yet swapped the order that ambushes and preemptives happen in. So the 90% ambush is still 90% instead of a 90% preemptive. They have swapped the order that spells and skills happen for certain monsters. That's why the eye is doing lit 2 instead of XXXX. That's why we're getting stared instead of bracked for the eye's gaze attack. It means it's a much, much safer fight. But ironically, for our purposes, we'd be totally safe with the NES style. And this is going to be actually less good for our resources with the revised style. My poor heal potions are just not going to last very long. I should probably see how many eyes it is per level right now. Has not yet flattened out, but we're getting decently up there. All right, so it's... I think for this one, 7 eyes. Definitely can't deal with all these lit 2s. But everything else, I bet we could get 2 or 3 levels. So 20 might be optimistic. And of course, you're to the point where you are going regularly before the eye does. Then suddenly you go from taking a ton of damage to taking no damage. And that's really nice. Because at that point, instead of having like 2 levels of runway, you have 20 levels before you have any issues. Although I would not really want to grind that many levels here right now. I think we'll probably not make it to the nice breakpoints. But we can dream. Alright, 17, we're at 311 health with the Red Mage, which seems pretty good. I'm used to GBA where the Red Mage health is pretty trash. So having a Red Mage that's actually not keeping up the fighter, but in the same ballpark is really, really nice. Escarnality, welcome in. Thank you for the raid there. World record raid. Well, congratulations on another record. Thank you for the good wishes and for everyone coming in. We've got a challenge run tonight. This is the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy. We are only allowed to use 2 characters. And we're going to try and make the best of it. Terra Cresta, nice. That's a fun game. Welcome to Ralthian, Zerk Goober, Nescarnality, Rich of Us 2. I hope you had a great time with the Terra Cresta, and I hope you enjoy the Final Fantasy. Don't know how many levels I can get with this. Number of healing potions, but we're trying to squeeze out as much as we can on this ice cave trip. We got our airship after this. Get some big upgrades for the team. And then we're going to start figuring out how fast we can make our way to Chaos. This is the last spot where you really are going to be struggling versus a lot of the enemies. It gets so much nicer from here. We can squeeze one more in. Always gotta be worried that every time I take a step off to the side, get a random encounter, and Most of the ones here are pretty unpleasant. Not that the eye is a joy to work with. But the other stuff, it's way, way worse. Not even wait for the fight. We don't need to see it, know that we're not going to like it. Let's try and skip a bolt too. The lid twos are really what's going to kick me out of here. Everything else the eye does is maybe a healing potion or two. The lid twos are like 7 or 8 healing potions, and very quickly you're going to get exhausted from those. All right, one more try. The eye's not guaranteed to get a turn, because we do pretty consistently win in one round. Most of the eye gets a turn 2/3 of the time. And 50% of the time it's going to be those lit twos. It's tough to avoid. Alright, level 19 picked up. Level to a 24. Thank you, Rich, for resubscribing back for 39 months. Hope you're having a lovely time tonight. Enjoy our Final Fantasy challenge run. So far, it's been pretty challenging. Definitely think 2 characters is a lot nicer than a solo character. You are giving up quite a bit of experience for that second character, but you've got a lot of versatility, having both a melee and a mage character. Pretty refreshing in a lot of ways. Those are really nice, not having to manipulate the level ups. Some of the solo characters you can do without controlling every level up. But there are a few character classes where if you get up to level 50 and you get some bad luck in your rolls, you might have a really, really hard time winning. And for those, you have to be very carefully monitoring every level up, resetting if you don't get the stat points that you want. And that can make the process of going through this stretch of the game really, really tough. If you can kind of ignore that, and just like on average, your characters are strong enough for, at most, if you get bad level ups, you take 2 or 3 extra levels to make up for the difference. Those are ones where you can kind of just fly through certain areas and do things like this. I grind in the ice cave. You can grind Agabas in Gurgir Volcano. Whatever your favorite might be. It will probably give you some good stuff. Alright, seems like Fighter is consistently one-shotting eye now. So if we get good turn order, we basically take no damage. And the problem is we're not quite fast enough to get good turn order consistently, but it's getting better. Level 20. So if we take like 25 healing potions per levels to taking 5 healing potions. Some of that's luck on the eyes move, but I think generally it's a good trend. I'm going to try and get 1, maybe 2 more level ups here at most. We're getting pretty near the end of where I think we need to go for right now. 12 minutes of the grind. I think we've done like 20 times the experience of the Earth Elemental grind in less than half the time. It is so good. And this is why I want to get to this point of the game as quickly as you can. If you could scrape by with a couple less levels at Earth Cave and still make it past Lich and not lose too much time in ordeals or the beginnings of the Ice Cave here, those savings would be very, very good. After this point, it's probably less true. Like, there's going to be other grind spots that, yes, give you more experience than the eye does, but there's very, very few things that are going to be sufficiently better value for XP per minute that it's worth trying to leave here earlier to get to them. This is certainly not bad. Now what do we got? Specters. We'll see if we get away. Nope. But we'll do up with our running quite a bit. Getting agility points during the stretch will make it a little bit more comfortable escaping. But since we don't have any fast character classes, it's going to be usually Save's going to get through most floors. That's going to be hard to avoid. Okay. That enemy on the side turned a good fight into a bad fight. Oh well. Our levels normalized in this. Now, there's still random elements for your individual stat gains, and then also for HP especially. It's not as bad as the later remakes, because as you kept going further and further down the remake chain, they kept punishing the Red Mage with less and less HP. I think the Red Mage was viewed as too overpowered in NES, and so Red Mage got nerfed a lot. Black Belt got buffed a little. Thief got buffed a lot. And this is largely based on their early game performance. At high levels, Black Belt was always really, really good. Red Mage kind of fell off even and wasn't as good. So it didn't really deserve all the nerfs. But this would be, in what we're assuming is average luck at PlayStation, like super, super good luck for GBA. I don't think that any of the remakes have any kind of fixed leveling. And this was pretty common back in the day that between the two systems, whether you had exactly the fixed levels or you had randomness, games lived in both worlds, and as long as you made reasonable choices, where you didn't have characters really, really broken by it, you could get away with the random leveling. That was like always the Dungeons and Dragons style leveling, where if you got unlucky, you know, here's your one hit point, and that's all you get. It's like that really sucks. 22 here. Let me see. 6,000, so that's 4 eyes. I think we do it. We'll go with 22. Somehow the fighter damage is getting worse. Don't understand this. Losing magic defense compared to Black Bolt was a detriment. Yeah, that was almost certainly a bug, but the only reason that that's not kind of generally fixed in the NES randomizer and things like that is because there's not like a clear idea of what should have been the case. Like, maybe they just swapped the two. And maybe it should be 1% for Black Belt and then 4% for Master. But we don't know because in the remakes that have Magic Defense fixed, Magic Defense is like totally overhauled. All the character classes are very different. So you can't really use those as a guide to what NES was supposed to do. Now, my suspicion is that it probably was just swap between the two. And it should be 1 and 4, but at this point, really hard to change. Wump, 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 wump. One thing I will miss is that since this is the old style spell combat, you're not going to get the bonuses for intelligence, and so the grind is not going to suddenly make us really, really good at black magic. But on the flip side, it means that my footer can actually use the Zeus gauntlets and not be heavily penalized. So that is nice. Hey, the Fire 2's got it's got some womb to it. Really, the only thing I don't like about the spell effects is just how long they take. They're very nice, but they're also very, very slow to the point where using spells is kind of detrimental in a lot of situations. So that could be like Zeus Gauntling all the time. It's better not to. And it's kind of funny, like the PSP speedrun has this particular problem where through a glitch you can get an item that casts Nuke basically at the start of the game, but you don't want to use it all the time because Nuke is a lot slower than other spellcasts. So while you have access to Nuke, unlimited numbers, you'll still be like doing Fire 2 and Lit 2 because you can say like 3 seconds compared to the Nuke animation. And it adds up when you're doing it a lot of times in a run. Alright, there we go. Ice Cave complete. Just gotta get out of here. And we can get our airship, we can get class change done, we'll get our shopping done. Start blazing through areas. I think Gurgu Volcano is gonna be really, really fast. It might be kinda smart to get a ribbon or something before Gurgu, but I'm just gonna go to carry right away. That was a bit faster than way in. We've quality tested our nachos to see how our progress was. I would say nice. I really just want to run, but I'm not really convinced it's going to work. We are back to the boat and over to go claim our airship. We're at 3.5 hours here. It's going to be really tight on doing this in one night, but it's looking like we're still on pace for it. Play some hardcore Diablo 2. Summon Necro should be fine. Just stand very, very far away. Very first Necromancer I played all the way through was a summon one. It got kind of boring at the end, which is why I switched to doing Bone Necros. Like, I just like the more active gameplay style, but the summon one was very relaxed. With a few very minor exceptions. As long as you got a big, tanky, massive amount of summons and minions, then you're usually okay. Alright, up and away. Wow, this airship moves decently well. It's not ridiculously over-fast boat speed, but I'll give that a solid zoom out of 10. Give Bahamut this tail. Now, if you want to save some time, you don't really need to class change the thieves. How did Bahamut get down that hallway? Look. When Bahamut started down that hallway, he was a lot smaller. But things happened over the years. And now he's stuck. I mean, this is the kind of hallway that is long and unnecessary enough that you would need to bring some extra food. I should probably do the caravan vendor first, grab the bottle. I'm even skipping the money out of or the Cardi Islands, which another easy like 20,000 there if we need it. Kind of overlooked me skipped. Munch. Both Saber T and Tiger just have really high critical rates, so they either do 1 damage or 100. It's rarely in between. Sir, I would like your finest bottle. Thank you. And you can buy other stuff from this guy. It's not upgraded like the later remake shops are, where you have specialty items that give you combat buffs. But he turns into a normal vendor once you buy the bottle. Alright, over to Gaia. Let's go and release our fairy. A lot of things happen automatically in the other remakes. Like the rod at the vampire plate, the airship that does with the fairy bottle here, they'll just, without prompting, activate as soon as you get close to them. This version of the game actually makes you pick the item in your key item list, which you might not realize you had a key item list until you can't find where the loot is. Two prongs is good. Got way more cash than I need thanks to that eye grind. That's why I will sell things off here, mainly at the middle of my inventory. Okay, didn't buy D2R. Did you also get the new DLC, or just the base Diablo 2 Remastered? I don't know if I should recommend to people to get the new DLC, like, until it kind of shakes out and it's better understood what the future of Diablo 2 is like. But I'll totally recommend anyone that enjoys the original Diablo and Diablo 2. Go pick up Diablo 1 off of GOG.com. It's a bundle with Hellfire for like $10. And D2R, if you enjoyed the original, is kind of fun to play with all the quality of improvements. Warlock is not balanced. Yeah, Warlock is very not balanced. It's like you got the Necromancer curses, you got the Sorceress spells, really big summons, like it's just way too easy. And then you also get like a big giant sword. It is kind of wild how overwhelming the Necromancer would be if you had like all these extra benefits. And if you ever want that, then with the Warlock, your dreams can come true. Normally here, it would be recommended to go and grab the Ice Sword and to start getting some of the Flame gear so that you have more stuff for your characters. I'm going to be getting my upgrades very, very soon. Whenever we go up to Waterfall, I'll get the Defense Sword. That'll be better than the Ice Sword. We'll get the Ribbon pretty soon as well, so I'm not super worried about the elemental compatibility issues. So I'm going to kind of just not take the upgrades because we already have fire protection. But understandable if you did. So it's just spamming static field. I'm glad that they tone it down on the higher difficulties. As a solo character, you can kind of justify the sorcerers in that you're trading off a lot of power for other aspects of the gameplay, so yeah, you've got a really overpowered move, but you're also very fragile, and it's dangerous to stay near the enemies. With a group that kind of goes out the window, and things like static field are just like completely busted. But they at least fix that on Nightmare in Hell by like making it so static field has less and less effectiveness over time. And here we go. Feat number 2. It's been a while, but we are here to bother Carrie. Hey, really just an hour since Lich. That's actually not bad. I mean, I did kind of expect the Lich was halfway through the gameplay. And it's pretty much holding up to that. He's down. Also, the boss theme is really good. I like that they did go back and add additional tracks. GBA version is even better in that it's got a boss theme and then also 2 different Fiend themes that are very similar, and then a Chaos theme on top of that. Makes the enemies a little bit more distinctive. With that, Gurgu Volcano down. Now, for what I need to do. The first thing is to decide whether I'm going to get Warp, which saves me time walking, or Life 1, which would let me continue past accidents. And I feel like you probably don't have too many accidents, because you could save anywhere. On NES, I would totally grab Life 1 here. On the remakes, I think Warp is probably the better choice. Warp on NES can also be kind of justified in that it will make it tremendously easier on certain floors that would otherwise be very painful, like getting the Mazmune at the end of the game. Or picking up some of the items in Sky Castle without running into Warbex. So it's not maybe like an automatic, but it is almost always going to be preferred in general. Yeah, let's take a nap. I think we're at the point where I'm going to just buy enough houses that I never have to use an inn again. These are going to be good days. Yeah, Lit 3 picked up. Ice 3 is going to be 40,000. So we have still plenty of money to play with, and there's really nothing left to buy at this point. So we should be good. We have houses for the entire game. Fighter's already got a better armor than we really need. All right. Let's go do this. So next destination, Waterfall. I'm kind of tempted to grab the Dragon Mail before Kraken, but I don't know if you really need a fighter armor upgrade here. Like a pretty small amount of defense that you're improving. You don't need the elemental protection, really. Red Mage needs some help, though. We're just getting demolished. Yeah, fighter should probably get some spells. I will have a couple of spell charges for the fighter. And maybe the Cure 1 and Cure 2 could save me some potions. I'll probably never use them. If I'm doing that, then I'll get the Ruse spell for the Red Mage. Yeah, we'll get a couple things. Here we go. Say 5 minutes to the waterfall, 5 minutes to the top of Sea Shrine. 10 minutes down to Kraken, so we're looking at 4:10 at Soda Kraken. Probably 30 to 40 minutes for Tiamat, so optimistically we can go into Temple of Fiends around the 5-hour mark. Not be bad. Bet I could get through Temple of Fiends in less than 30 minutes. So 5.5 hours maybe for the current time estimate. It seems a little bit low. But not that much. Like, just take the Lich's one halfway through the game, it would be 5:46. So it's not an unreasonable guess. Mummy is pretty runnable. Nightmares, not so much. Muggles we can kill, but we can run from. They're not worth enough to really seriously fight. And there's the 1 in 64 chance that you might come across a Ghasty, which would be slightly unfortunate. There's also a very small chance that through no one's fault, although it is probably Dance, that this version of the game may not contain any out-of-bounds bats. Look, the PlayStation has limited hardware. If this was a game made in the modern era, they definitely would have had all the bats out of bounds. But back in the day, you just had to realize that some things were not possible. I got 4 Wiz Mummies. I'm taking the experience. This is 2 Agmas. I'm not taking the experience. That is a shame. The one time you actually get a good bird fight. And it was ruined. Alright, birds are done. We've got the cube. Don't think we need the wizard staff, so I'm going to skip that. We'll grab the defense sword here. Get our first ribbon. Nice, only needing 2 ribbons. Somebody that we will never spend. Some very, very nice upgrades. Alright, defense sword on. I guess I'm going to put ribbon on the Red Mage for right now. We will eventually have ribbon on both, so it's not a big deal. And that is the waterfall complete. Robot less reliable than Dan. Robot has the occasional malfunction, but I'm pretty certain that Dan malfunctions 100% of the time. All right, Sea Shrine. Let's do this. I don't need the white magic spell here. I'm going to skip that. Forgot to get Ice 3 when I was in Gaia, but I don't have the spell charges to cast it yet, so not a big deal. That's going to be level 26 that I can first get Ice 3, and by that point, I mean, we're probably at the end of the game. I will say that the Dark Palette of the PlayStation doesn't work everywhere, but it works really good in the Sea Shrine. Two Alchemists at a time, that's worth it. Many of the fights here are going to be right on the border of justifiable to take. I think you get a little bit of a better deal in Sky Castle, but that's going to be a longer dungeon and hard to have enough resources to go all the way through. And while we're here, I'm going to grab Mage Staff. I'm skipping the Opal Armor for now. We'll get Dragon Mail and Mirage Tower instead. I can skip the Aegis Shield. I pick up the Opal Shield here. It's interesting. So it's pretty minor. Oh, the Sahags. All right, Sahags. We're going to make you regret your choices. Second ribbon here, yeah. Second ribbon is downstairs. So it's not on this path up to the raise, but it's on the way down to Kraken. And so the Opal Helmet's not worth it, because it's going to get replaced by the ribbon. Opal Gauntlet's not worth it, because it's worse than the Pro Ring. And the difference between the Ice Shield and the Opal Shield is going to be 4 defense, which is pretty small. So I can kind of wait until I'm just picking up everything at Mirage Tower and Sky Castle. Assuming I have to get anything in there. Actually, do I need to? I might not need anything else on floor 1 if I get the ribbon earlier. I'll have to think about that. It may be skippable. Ow. These ghosts are spooky and extremely painful. There's our Maid Staff. As we got a shared inventory, it's really easy to toss on a couple of these usable items, and we can kind of flex whenever we need to between either of our characters for putting it out. And you don't have to worry about carrying capacity for things like the black shirt. It's a little bit of relief. So close. Alright, Berserk's fine. Time for the goods. Alright, Opal Bracelet, check. I want the stuff down here. There we go. Shield. I can skip Aegis Shield. Go and grab the slab. And now we can get out of here. Never seen PlayStation before. It's one that I don't play all that often. I think because, well, mostly the PlayStation controller kind of sucks. Having used the D-pad on it is not nearly as good as the Nintendo controllers. I kind of wish that wasn't the case, but there is just like that extra bit of unpleasant feel that if you're doing these games for a really long period of time, definitely adds up after a while. Both the D-pad and then also like the face buttons on PlayStation 2 controllers feel like they don't hold up if you're mashing the same button repeatedly. Like, it's great for an action game, but not so good for RPGs. Yeah, the old Nintendo D-pads were like the only D-pad that works until Nintendo gave up. And then like the N64 and the GameCube, the horrible D-pads on those are about as bad as the competition. Well, some of the modern ones are not completely terrible. Like at this point, like a PS4, PS5, a modern Xbox controller D-pad are like getting better. Back in like the PS2 era, it's still really, really rough for D-pads. You were very much meant to be playing these games with the joysticks. And almost every game was kind of optimized for it if it was not like very, very 2D oriented. Xbox had a bulky controller. Yeah, the original Xbox had a very large controller in the US. There's a smaller Japanese controller. And they realized it was just not going to work in that market. That kind of became the basis for the revision to Xbox controller, which really took over the PC market. Like, PC was in bad shape for controllers for a long time. You went from like the Atari joysticks, which was like one button, super uncomfortable, and then there's this progressive trend of adding like more and more buttons and levers and switches on the joysticks. And they got really expensive, but they were also very high quality, and then the next thing that happens is that they get undercut by cheaper and cheaper competitors until you basically had the world's trashiest joysticks as like the only option. And playing games with the joysticks and joypads of a particular era was just such a big letdown every time you touched them. But when Microsoft started moving their Xbox controllers and making them usable on PCs, like for the first time in like 20 years, PCs actually had okay controllers again. And they got kind of good. And it's like, all right, now we are kind of spoiled for like really, really high-end controllers and stuff that actually feels pleasant to use and is mostly reliable. It's all super expensive. Like you're paying 4 times what it used to cost for a controller, but what you get is actually something you can use. That's kind of important. Get rid of the Sega Genesis knockoff controllers for the PC. Yeah, like all these companies that probably wouldn't even like make it in the Mad Catz era controller knockoff market made PC controllers. And it's so dispiriting just to think about them. They were bad. And not bad in the way that the Power Glove is going to be. Because that thing is real good. Getting some snacks. Experience here is still okay. Gonna be looking for our level ups for fighter spell slots 25, 27, and 29 for the last 3 slots. I really doubt that we're gonna get 27, much less 29. But we'll see what happens. One more. That is fine. That is the Power Glove. Now, since we can use items out of our inventory, I don't have to equip it on my fighter. Means I can keep the 2 extra defense from the Pro Ring on. Just a minor thing, but it's a nice bonus. First PC controller was wiring up a PS1 controller. Yeah, they had a bunch of controller adapters that never worked for plugging in console controllers. It originally started with the ability to use like the Atari style controllers and NES controllers on PCs. And that's fine back when the expectation was one button, because you could map a whole bunch of things to the one button. Like often you had just the D-pad for the joystick, and then the action button. All right, great. But as it got more and more complicated, and needing like special software to do button mappings and things, like stuff stopped working as reliably. And this is on top of the fact that most of these controllers are just complete plastic junk. Next, there's our ribbon. That's going on the fighter. Looks like we are going down to Kraken. Not quite hitting my 410 guess, but keeping pretty close. My guess was 410 on Kraken, turns into about 530 at Chaos. We'll see how the progress goes. It'd be nice if we got somewhere in that ballpark for Chaos. Magic fixed range of this version, yes. This is before Magic is rebalanced with the intelligence stat. So exactly the same as NES in terms of all the damage formulas for spell casting. The spell is as good on day 1 as it will ever be. So unfortunately it means that spell casting, while it starts off really good, tends to fall in power. That's why I think that the Red Mage really didn't need to be nerfed a lot. Red Mage seems really, really wildly good when you first get them, because they can use all these different spells, and they have like a little bit of melee capabilities. Like, it's like, wow, this character class just can do everything. But 10 levels later, and the spells are not even worth talking about anymore, because the enemy hit points have inflated to the levels where it would take a whole bunch of spells to kill him. And one sword does a lot more work, and the Red Mage doesn't scale in melee. They start off really good, but they don't get any armor or weapon upgrades that can overcome their base stats. And so by the end of the game, it's like, it was nice and all, but more of a short-term rental. Which is why for this particular challenge, I almost thought about doing a Black Mage. Black Mage would have gotten me a lot of spell casting early in the game. You just need the Fast and Tempers late. But I was kind of worried Black Mage wouldn't be able to survive long enough in the fights. And sometimes you do actually get to use the healing spells. Now, we get to hug the octopus. It's Kraken time! Our third fiend. And let's see how it goes. I'm going to guess that we don't need to do a whole lot of defensive stuff here, but I'm going to do a defense sword just in case. Tempers on. We got a power glove on. We got a fast, a temper, and a power glove now. Not gonna be hit by ink because we have ribbons on, and we're just gonna go to town while the tempers start stacking up. Doesn't take a lot. Really, at this point, it turns into more survivability. And for Temple of Fiends, we actually have all the Fiend fights in a row, plus Chaos. You can't afford to do all these Tempers, so you have to be a little bit more thoughtful about your combat. That. 3 Fiends are finished. That was a good fight. Yeah, out of here. We do need to do some questing. Gotta get the chime picked up so that we can get into Mirage Tower. Probably should pick up some healing potions while I'm here. One of the more convenient item stores. And yes, they do spell the town of Onrak with a K. This was before spelling was standardized. Just look at it, didn't spell with a Q. The inspells everything with a Q. This is just the first of many. Hey, Death Time, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying your evening here. Got our Fantasy Challenge run going. 2 characters on their way to defeat Chaos. We're decently far in. We got 3 Fiends out. 1 Fiend left to go. And 1 final trip to the accursed town of Melmond. That hopefully we will never ever see again. Hey, welcome to Duff Time. That Melmond is complete. little detour. We're going to get some of the spells that we could get after class change. So I'm going to throw Ruse on the Red Mage and then Cure 1 on the Fighter. I don't expect the Cure ones to ever really make much of a difference. It's just, if you're here, you might as well grab it. And if we ever need to use 2 defense swords in 1 round, which you really shouldn't. But again, maybe just in case, we'll have that available to us as an option. Over here we can get Cure 3 on, or Cure 2 at 3rd tier. That's on Fighter now. While we're in the neighborhood, I'll pick up the Ice 3 spell for the Red Mage, even though I don't think we're ever going to be able to use it. It's like, why not? Interesting that this side of the lake is Peninsula Power enemies on this version. This would have been the desert enemies on the NES version by 1 tile. But clearly the boundary lines are very slightly shifted off here. On NES you have to be to the right side of the lake to get those. I mean, yeah, I suppose we could have 4 zombies. It is the best experience for the zone. By the way, at this point, zombies are kind of unimpressive. Level 24. So we're a few levels over where I would be at the end of the game for a full party. But obviously with a 2-character party, you're going to need to be a little bit stronger. So this is not unreasonable. The question is just how far over your 4-character group do you really need to go? How many tyros do you need to eat? The answer should be all of them. One shine later. I think our work is done here. What do you need in Mirage Tower? Dragon Mail, Sun Sword. Probably it. Procape's gonna be in Sky Castle, or I can wait until Temple of Fiends for Procape and grab the one on Carrie's floor. I don't think there's any real advantage to waiting, so I'll probably do that in Sky Castle. Bane Sword versus T-Man, unlikely to make our lives significantly better. That's probably skippable. There's really not a lot of stuff to pick up. Grenade staff. Running out of Fire 3 was a mistake. Doesn't choose a house and suck up the extra time for the animations. I do have a lot of houses after all. Think about it. Let's go ahead and read our items. Things that are going to be used a whole lot up near the top here. Potions are still pretty reasonable. So that we have those. And it's been a while since I've been able to sell some things off, so my weapons and armor are starting to build up a bit of a collection that are kind of annoying. Inventory management, as always, can be a thing. Close. We almost made it to the airship. Well, I will take a tire out. And we'll take our short hop over there, grab our Mirage Tower items. I think I'll warp out after grabbing the items, and that way I can take some fights on the way up there. If I've used spells I'll need to house at some point anyway. In we go. All right, no Aegis Shield, no Helmet, definitely no Vorpal Swords. Hard to notice the desert landing spot. Yeah, the landing spot there, landing spot for the area next to Onrak. I think if you hadn't played the game before, are pretty tough to pick out. And even with a lot of experience, like I have to really kind of home in and think on those. The one by Lufenia as well, it's very overgrown, and so it doesn't look like there's any clear landing spots at all there. But I think they're kind of relying on the people that would buy these collections are not playing the game for the first time. These are people that had nostalgia for the original releases. They're getting the pickups here as a bonus. And so they didn't really kind of take the new player experience too much into account. Because these games are still like a little bit before you had all the easy walkthroughs and video tutorials and things. Like, you could legitimately get stuck in places. And it was not always the easiest the information that you needed to get your way out of it. I'll find the Catman. See if we get away. That's not too bad. The leveling seems to really help for our running. That's been very, very nice. It wasn't that long ago that running was nearly impossible for like even basic fights. doesn't even have to wait through a lot of attacks. And sometimes the running does not work. But other than those times, the rest of the time is great. Take some services. This might even be best in a melee. They don't have a lot of hit points. No, a little bit too much hit points. They just can't quite one-shot them. Unfortunate. Here's the deal. Your attack is really, really slow and does almost no damage. Let's just agree to call this a draw. Save everybody some time. I do not agree. I should be fine. Almost everything here is at least a half agament piece. Things that are not going to be generally the smallest enemies, like the Catman and the Medusas, but in large enough quantities, they actually stack up to pretty reasonable value. Thor hammer. Really don't we ever need multiple lit 2 items, but just in case, we'll have that ready. That should be it for our Mirage Tower fights. Dragon Mail, check. Sun Sword, check. And we are checking out. See you later, Mirage Tower. If I had 2 warp spells, that would be more dramatic. Still get around the corner. It's fine, it's the thought that counts. Alright, so between all the Melmon questing and getting the items out of that's 20 minutes in Mirage Tower. Now we're just rushing up to get a handful of things in Sky Castle. Buys those. I do kind of want the defense sword to be available on the fighter. I mean, I'm losing very little attack. This should be fine. here. Antidote. Gold needle. All right. Off to go fight our final fiend. And we're no longer at the town of Onlak. We are now here for business. That was a good run. Nearly made it around the corner. Come on, Cal, get out of there. Nice. Sometimes you can kind of gamble and take a pretty long stretch down a hallway. And sometimes you get really, really punished for it. Like you take just a little bit too many steps and like with one bad fight, you lose so much. Good news, blue dragons seem very doable. That is the 1 in 64 random blue dragon, by the way. Yeah, vampires probably can run from. You like those odds? Then hopefully we can also get an Iron Golem. No T-Rexes so far. We got a T-Rex in Fantasy Final Fantasy last night. That's first one of those we've had in this season, I think. I feel like we've gotten a T-Rex near the end of last season. And then we had an Iron Golem this season. Just those rare sightings that every now and then you get a little peek of. I mean, we've certainly had seasons where you just get neither of the monsters the entire way through. Booty. This time. Don't think faster even really helps here. I'll just take the extra damage off of the Red Mage's attack. If you get lucky enough to do it in one round. Like a 1 in 64 in the version, or still a 3 in 64. This is a 1 in 64 mech. NES is the only version that's got the 3 in 64s. And it was almost certainly, according to my past claims, due to the Take a Picture with Warmech contest, that they bumped up the appearance rate of Warmechs. Which means the NES version is uniquely bad for going through Sky Castle and not getting Warmechs. So for speedruns, it's kind of screwed everybody over. No Bane Swords. No extra heal helmet. 8 purrings up here. All right, we'll be taking the Excalibur. That's going to really help us out at the end. I mean, these Manticores are pretty hardcore. You have to admire the dedication to the craft. Cal just got hit through the ribbon. Cal, we're gonna have to probably have a little bit chat about that. I don't think I've had to use an antidote for at least like 3 hours. was the prize for getting a picture of Ormac. You had your name featured in a future Nintendo game. The identity of the game was not part of the contest, but it turned out to be a pretty big one. Almost. I can smell the element from here. Hey, it's slimes. We have no time for you, slime. But maybe later. And now we've got some raw material. This is the most frustrating prize in the entire game. Giving you the adamant instead of just having the Excalibur in a box means that if you actually want to have the adamant turn into Excalibur, you gotta go all the way out of the dungeon, forge it, and then walk all the way back up, which is probably what they intended you to do, but nobody's got time for that. And it makes the team-out fight so much harder not to have a really good attack. Is Cal's ribbon not actually on? Because Cal's getting hit by a lot of stuff. I wonder if it auto-put like a silver helmet back on. And that's why you gotta sell all the junk. It totally put the silver helmet back on. There we go. Okay, with DPS, yeah, once you get past, like, even, like, level 10 in this version of the game, Black Belt gets very good damage. And they get further buffed in the later remakes to the point where both Black Belt and Thief are pretty strong at the start. So I'll grab the white shirt and black shirt. There might be times where I don't have anything for the Red Mage to do, and white shirting can be a good use of those turns. It's a good thing we did not need that Gerbitus experience. Manticore experience, on the other hand, we need more of this. And we will hopefully not be hit by poison darts. There really should be no reason to ever change equipment again, so I don't think the silver helmet's going to be an issue again. But that was definitely unpleasant. Alright, white shirt, black shirt. Shirt collection complete. Pro Cape's on the next floor. That is the second to last item I pick up in the game. After that, it's just the Mass Mutant. But instead of the Pixel Master version of Final Fantasy 2, nice! I think more people should try out Final Fantasy 2 on Pixel Master. It's a very, very solid version. And if you enjoy the first, like, hour or two of it, you're probably going to play through it to the end. It's a game that is very hard to get into, though. Like, just the mechanic system for how basic character development works, and all of the spell shopping equipment situations a little bit difficult, but it's ultimately worthwhile. That one big downgrade for this version is that there is no window to throw Vorpal swords out of. By the time that you're in the late 1990s, environmental regulations prohibited the disposal of Vorpal swords without a permit. There's our Pro Cape, upgrade over the buckler. And there's only 2 more floors to team at. We're getting there. Still hoping to start Temple of Fiends before the 5-hour mark. And then pretty generous 30 minutes in Temple of Fiends. The dungeon itself is not very long, but you are taking a lot of save and resets to get past the random encounters. The boss fights do take a little while, and there's a lot of healing potions to drink. But I am currently very optimistic that we should be able to beat Chaos without doing any extra work. Difficult to find where to go in Final Fantasy 2. That is something that, in a couple of spots, it's kind of unclear about your next direction. Like, usually there's only a very limited number of choices. But a few places where you have to do a bit of travel to another town, or you have to do a certain series of conversations to get the keyword items to get the next thing unlocked. That is a place where a few things can fall down, and then if you're a completionist, there are a small number of spots where it is somewhat likely that if you don't realize that you need to either go to a location or get an item from an enemy, then you might miss it on that playthrough. So getting 100% of that game can be kind of tricky. Will we see any Warmechs tonight? I'm gonna guess probably not. I mean, there's a very, very small chance of Warmechs. Negligible, according to my records. I don't think we're going to do this work. Nope. Well, the good news is we're probably not going to see 2 Warmechs. we're very likely to defeat our fourth and final fiend, Tiamat. Let's rumble. Probably worth a couple of white shirts here for the munches. Didn't mostly does spells and skills. I probably have a minimal concern about being meleeed, but just in case. Pull it up here and be a little bit safer. You get nuked every time in a row. Yep, that was 3 nukes in a row. Now, to be fair, that's a 50% chance of the nuclear spell every single round, so it's not super uncommon to see a lot of those. Unless you've got a lot of evasion. A melee attack is going to be pretty brutal, too. For a 2-character party, melee attacks are worse than getting nuked. Here's a Warmick. Tiamat is a breeze. That's it for our fiends. And I gotta admit, these fiends have been wonderfully well dressed. Next up, 2,000 years in the past. I don't know if Chaos is ready for us. Alright, next stop is buying healing potions, but the stop after that is 2,000 years in the past. Maxed out. Looks like we are all set, ready to go. I will actually just sell some of this junk that I'm using. Putting on items that I don't intend to would be a negative. Item swords out. Get that silver helmet out of here. Nice sword can go. It was a nice sword, but no longer required. Looking good there. Hey, Dr. Mr. Holmes, welcome in. Oh, we're having a good time tonight. We've got a 2-character challenge. We are beating the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy using only 2 light warriors. And we are very, very nearly ready for the finish. So we had a good time. Enjoy the show. As we forge the Excalibur. We're just lucky it was not a full sword. Alright, Excalibur on. Things that we might potentially use a lot of. Probably defense sword pretty near the top. Giant's gloves. We got a lot of attack items. The white shirt seems like it's pretty good as well. Might even use that more than the ones up here. Two items. Potion, gold needle, antidote. Tents and cottages are going to be pretty rare at this point. Just got to save the game and get our health back. And that looks good. All right, level 25 for our final save. That's about 4 levels higher than I'd be with a 4-character party. That really doesn't seem like a lot, considering that you've got half as many characters. So is 4 levels going to make enough of a difference to make us relatively safe through? We're going to be sweating all these battles. I cannot do a lot of tempers, since those are going to be limited in quantity. Fast spells we should have enough of to be pretty aggressive on those. We're not going to be fighting any of the hallway enemies, so we're just going to save scum past everything. Chaos is going to have 4,000 health. That is a lot. Two spell slots on the night. That's not very much. Just a couple extra healing potions, basically. Those worms are extremely purple. These are the fights I'm going to take. Things are worth a ton of experience. Pick up a level or two if you can swing it on the way down here. Doesn't help my spell slot situation out, but it can help out the fighter for attacks. Too far. Cal. Once the blizzard starts, not worth it. Gonna chew up so many healing potions on battles that are very skippable. As it is, you can probably get through here with very minimal healing. That's important for like the solo character challenges. You want to do like solo thief on these versions with all the enemy encounters and then do the boss fights. It is tough to have enough healing potions just to make it to the end. Two down. Many floors to go. One fight here against the Phantom. All right, let's see what we can do resource-wise. I have 6 fast spells. That is not a ton. But his glare is ineffective. His stop spell is also ineffective. We want him to do that instead of punching us, because being punched by the Phantom is unpleasant. Done. All right, sub 5 hours to the Phantom. We're going to be playing some tunes. This version does not have a weird liquid dissolving effect when you open the plate. Starting in GBA, there's some really weird sound effects in a couple areas. And that one always stands out as, like, what is supposed to be going on in that scene? Nope, not doing that. Now, if you have MP, which is also introduced in GBA, and essentially basically unlimited spellcasting, you could take a very different approach to a lot of this. So you don't have to conserve your spell charges. You can just blast it with Fire 3s, Lit 3s all the time. And it makes it getting through these areas so much easier and more efficient. Plus you can fight the slimes. Which is always nice when it's slime time. And honestly, if you're playing on the easy difficulty of PlayStation, which gives you a spell charge for every single level, so by the time that you're at the end of the game, you've got like 50 level 1 charges. That is not as unlimited for your spells technically as the MP and Ether system, but it's pretty close. Gilgore Trout, welcome in. It's unusual to see you at this early hour, but welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful time. We are doing a challenge run tonight. This is the PlayStation version of Final Fantasy. For those that are unfamiliar, this game has had a lot of remakes over the years, and this is one of the earlier ones. It's got nearly all of the original game's challenge, with a lot of the bugs fixed, some improved graphics and sound. Our challenge tonight: beat the game with only 2 characters. You see that my other 2 characters still there at level 1. They have not been used this entire whole evening, and we are probably about 20 minutes away from facing the final boss, Chaos. Oh, Gilgore, thanks again. Thanks again for the raid. Hope you get a good day early on your start there. And enjoy the sleep. Doxin, welcome in. This place has got some really nasty fights, so I'm basically using save scumming to get across the floor. Almost all the remakes rely on this. On the NES version, you can, instead of save scumming, predict when the encounters are going to be. And while you can't skip them, it lets you kind of plan through certain routes in the areas so that you can avoid the worst of the battles. But in 20 minutes, yeah, I can definitely appreciate it. A lot of times when I'm done with my stream, it's just time to completely crash. I have a hard time sleeping immediately afterwards, but sometimes that is the goal. Almost across here that we're done with the Frosties, thankfully. They're just so fast, very hard to run from. We'll be starting up with our 4 Fiend floors. Each of our 4 bosses from the earlier part of the game come back with an elemental themed floor. Let's at the floor of Earth is going to be our first one. And Lich is going to be upgraded quite substantially with the nuke spell here. He is no slouch. At 356 health, though, I think the Red Mage can probably safely tank it. Ideally, you don't get nuked at all, because then you can save a lot of time having to heal up afterwards. But I'm going to guess the odds of being nuked are pretty high, so I'll give it a couple tries and see if we can have a nukeless Lich. And if it doesn't work in like maybe 4 attempts, then we will just suck it up and deal with it. loses. Enough of your funny business. We're on our way to fight some fiends. One thing about these remakes is that they are substantially 100% glitchless. There's certainly things that you can do to get an advantage, and we will be, as much as possible, trying to stack up a lot of damage spells and abilities to maximize our combat output. But all of this is pretty much how you'd be playing the game the very first time through. Get to enjoy all of the wonderful enemy encounters. Some really great parts of the soundtrack. And let's hopefully have a good Lich fight here. And probably about 4 tries to see if we can get it without the nuke spell going off. Might be worth burning a fast to increase our odds of that. Listen, nope, this is the PlayStation 2 Slim that I'm using right now. I've never had a problem with the PS2 backwards compatibility for this game. Like, of all the versions that I've ever had the game crash on, Game Boy Advance is probably the most common. I think it's just because the Game Boy player is a little bit touchy at times with how often kind of you read and write from the game cartridge. And yes, erase your save files once in a while. So when it tells you to press reset when you turn the power off, that is actually really important advice. A lot of old games have that, and it's because when you turn off a console, there's a little momentary period of time where the electrical signals are kind of all wonky. And it's not like you have to do anything special to write to the cartridge memory. Like, it's just a regular memory write. Anytime, any place, it'll be like, okay, sure, I'll put that value there. And so by pressing the reset button, when you hold it down, it prevents the CPU from running. And that will make it so that when you turn the power off, it's totally safe. And obviously, they probably could have had better systems for it, but I'm going to guess that they didn't really find out about this problem until they released the consoles. A couple months go by, they get a bunch of complaints about save games being deleted, and then they figure out, oh, this is what's causing it. And they can't fix the console at that point. So instead, they put a message on all the cartridges telling you, here's a funny thing to do, and they don't explain why, because it's a really technical detail. But there's like an actual real science behind why this works to reduce that problem a lot. Right, guy 3745, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, and enjoy our Final Fantasy II character challenge. Getting down to our last couple of bosses here. We're halfway through Temple of Fiends. About to take on our second Fiend refight carry. Never had the console version bug out in 35 years. I've had it happen on stream once. When I was doing a lot of the marathon safe routes, you're resetting a whole lot to be able to skip over encounters. And there's this one time when I was up by the waterfall, and I'm resetting the encounters to get back up to the start of the encounter cycle, and it wiped the save. It's only ever happened one time on that, and I think part of that is just if you have a really weak battery on the cartridge, it can make it dicey as well. But it is something that I've seen happen in person, so it's definitely a thing. Oh, bumper evasion. It's not as easy as the NES version. You can't get perfect evasion from just a couple of white shirts, but it does help quite a bit for enemies that have a lot of physical attacks. For haste it, we got the power glove on here. Tempers would be nice, but I just don't have enough of them to use them in all these fiend fights. And luckily, we already do a lot of damage as it is. All right, 2 down. And of course, the 2 hardest left to go. Now, one thing with the Final Fantasy series, they don't share continuity between games. There's not a story that continues in between entries of the titles. But when they're making Final Fantasy IX, there had been a lot of controversy over how Final Fantasy VIII was kind of avant-garde and out there with the sci-fi elements and being more kind of romancy, character-driven affairs than about the gameplay. And so they went super hardcore with Final Fantasy IX, going back to earlier elements of the series. And so the end of Final Fantasy IX, you have pretty much this exact same sequence, fighting Lich, Carrie, Kraken, Tiamat, and Garland, on the way to the final boss. The music is in 4 as well. They use a lot of these themes for later entries of the series. The overture, like the main theme of Final Fantasy, is not actually in the first one. That was kind of a later addition into the series, but so much of the kind of prelude and the melodies that are kind of characteristic of the series do originate from the very beginning. Different worlds, different characters, but they'll take some stylistic elements. Everyone's got rampaging Warmech with nuclear weapons, as we have proven. Warmech is a myth. Does not exist. Oh, come on, quick, give me waters. The one unreadable on this floor. Everything else we can kind of deal with. That water's not that bad, it's just I don't have any iced recharges, I think. Like 1 level short of getting our first one. Got good memories about Final Fantasy VI. I think Final Fantasy VI is just a really well done masterpiece for storytelling. It's the first entry of the series that is a lot more serious and kind of introspective in tone. And it carried over to Final Fantasy VII, which also had like a lot of really serious segments to it. I think that was kind of the transition from the first 5 games, which tended to be a little bit of pop fantasy. Like, nothing that was like a lot of really deep social aspects to it, but more like, here's a Dungeons and Dragons campaign that we've turned into a video game, which mechanically is pretty fun. But as they kind of went in, they got a little bit more kind of thinking about how do you tell stories. And it first started by getting more character development, and then more development about the world around you, and then more about the story of the world being important versus, you know, leveling up and getting battles. So it was kind of cool over the evolution of a couple of years about how quickly that went. Because it was not very long between Final Fantasy 1 coming out and Final Fantasy 6 just like 6 years later. Alright, Kraken. I'm going to probably want a defense sword here. Let's be a little bit safe versus melee. Guy does hit really, really hard. Like that. Try that one again. My red mage is soft and squishy. Normally your mages wouldn't be in this front, but as a 2-character party, you don't really have a choice about where to put them. And currently this red mage is located squarely in the noodle zone. Alright, let's do that. That's fine. Get a free first round here. That helps out a lot. Giant's Gloves. I think I probably want to get a bit more evasion on the red mage. Fighter is probably okay as is. Red mage is, you know, doing okay. Could be better. That is with 120 buff to our evasion. And we are still getting absolutely pummeled. After 160 plus. Kraken is down to 0 hit points. That's the tough one. If you get past Kraken, you're going to make it to Chaos, most likely. And Chaos is going to be an adventure. I don't have a lot of healing. And that's a big concern when he's got 4,000 health. We're going to need a couple of rounds where Chaos kind of gives us some freebies to get settled in. And if we can get the fighter doing those big swings, it is going to be a war of attrition. Alright, well, there's one more I have to go pick up. Let's get the Masmu in here. I think this version should have Masamune. The original Final Fantasy, slightly too small for the character limit to fit everything in. And they probably figured that nobody would really notice that they had changed the name of the sword, but it is kind of funny in hindsight. That makes me too by source. Let's get out of here. Nope. And nope. For this, but I don't really want to do the battles. At this stage, I could get possibly a level up. It's going to be in the ballpark of it happening if we get like a big purple worm fight. But one level is not really the make or break difference on these battles here. Be good to get a little bit more HP on Dan. You get a little bit better attack power on Cal, but very, very little. And so if you can't beat Chaos right now, having to grind here would be absolutely miserable. Used to be hard to get into the non-localized Final Fantasies. Yeah, it's a great thing that not only have they been all localized by this point, but they've been re-released on basically every platform. Whether you play on Steam or on PlayStation or on Xbox, whatever, you can get a version of Final Fantasy 1 through 6. And they may not be the best version for a couple reasons, but it is a version that is very, very easy to get access to and play. They're solidly put together. And just having access to the games is a big and important thing. A lot of these old collections getting very difficult to, play a Game Boy game these days. Alright, Masamune on. I think I can afford to burn one Cure 3 charge by warping back here. That seems to be a lot of walking. And those Cure 3s would be very, very nice for Chaos. The pushing is getting a little bit low. We should be okay though. About 600 recovery, and Tiamat's probably not doing that much. I was hoping for iron golems. Rock golems, they're the common ones. There's a 1 in 64 chance that you get an iron golem here. It's the most experience of the game for double iron golem outside of the battle versus Warmech. But it's very, very uncommon, given that it's a low appearance rate, and this is the only floor that can happen on. All right, Tiamat. Let's do this. I think I will go with the physical defense. That munch on the Red Mage could have been enough to be fatal, so worthwhile getting some protection. Giant's Claws, put on the Bruise spell here. I guess the Red Mage caught up on evasion. Everybody's getting Bane today. We get our haste spell out. Already got a massive drop down, despite the Masamune being way stronger than the Excalibur. Tiamat's defense is a big enough boost over Kraken's that it's kind of sad, and Chaos is going to be the same as Tiamat. They'll probably be doing a bunch of tempers and maybe some extra power gloves to make up the difference. Okay. Beans are done. We are steps away from being on the very final floor. We've got one more battle to go. It looks like we might be hitting our 5.5 hour estimate here. It's kind of clocking in very, very close. Potions. So I could take one more fight, but I don't think I get a level from it. Well, here we go. It is time to fight Garland V2. It's time to go Chaos. Well, hopefully we can get White Shirts up so that his physical attacks become a lot less threatening. It's tough, though, in this version to get really good dodge. We're counting the spells up until he gets to Cure 4. That's going to be his 4th spell. All right, gonna go have a great night. Pleasant dreams. And we will see if we got this. That is not a lot of healing. Okay, this is somewhat dicey. The fighter survives. We can see we can start doing damage. He's very close to Cure 4, though. And there's also Slow 2, which would be really bad for my fighter if it lands. Allison, okay, big hits. We're going all in, all the buffs. Yeah, not having Cure 4, not having any of the niceties of the other version. No, the fighter couldn't make it. That one was looking pretty good. We were 1, maybe 2 really good swings away. All right, try again. We definitely have the possibility of making this work. We need to have a little bit of better luck for the start of the fight. Out healing his damage is really, really tough. Let's put a little bit more evasion on the fighter at the start. We'll see if this makes a difference if we get meleeed. Because ultimately we do kind of prefer melee, since you could potentially dodge the attacks, whereas spells, you've got no chance. And wow, those spells hurt so much. Yeah, Red Mage is not surviving this. I feel like this one's not going to go anywhere. So we need a lot of dodges. Get one free turn from Crack not doing anything. Okay, damage output, and not enough. I think the first time through, if we had started attacking a round 2 earlier, might have been good. So I think going in for probably like 4 rounds of buffs. Maybe the most that we can spare here. So like defense sword, go with 3 power gloves, and then try from that point. And hopefully we do not get up to like Twister and Tsunami. surprisingly reasonable. Cleveland case is because he's got a really big melee attack, but not a lot of them. You're either going to dodge it, and he does 0, or you get pummeled like that. Dan's fine. If Dan can buy himself like 1 or 2 more rounds, then this could be the help that Cal needs to finish this off. And we'll see what our damage output looks like. But these are big. Okay, damage is good. Can we survive long enough to get 2 more hits in? Dan has done his job. Tsunami into Twister. These are the big ones. Not quite nuke bad, but it's close. And it's finished in 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 14 seconds. That was our 2-character challenge.